our town council meeting, February 15th, 2022. Hope everyone was able to enjoy a happy Valentine's Day and stayed safe and warm over the weekend with that snow. And I understand tomorrow's supposed to be like spring. So, okay. So first,
I need to do the opening
Oh,
statement. That's okay.
Madam.
This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino?
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Present.
Councilman Rutherford?
Here.
Councilwoman Williams?
Present.
Council President McCartney?
Present. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I wanted to start with our council liaison announcements this evening, because I do understand that the library, in keeping with Black History Month, does have a display case from the West Orange African Heritage Organization. Madam Moderator, if we can show that display case, and I believe Councilwoman Williams does have a newsletter that describes some of the events that are coming up, and a wonderful, there's the display case that is on the library, at the library, and the library is also going to have an exhibit by Ricardo Osmondo Francis. He's a native of Houston, Texas, currently working in Jersey City, inspired by classical art, multi-ethnic antiquity, and contemporary imagery. The exhibit will be run at the library from February 19th, next Saturday, through March 26th. There will be an artist talk and poetry reading will be held on Saturday, February 26th from 2 to 4. So I just wanted to start in keeping with Black History Month. Councilwoman Williams, can you elaborate on that? Because I did see in the newsletter also an amazing fundraiser about a cruise. That's very exciting.
Thank you, Councilwoman. I am going to yield to Councilman Rutherford. Yvonne mentioned when I asked if I could mention the announcements that she had spoken to him. So I will yield that announcement to Mr. Rutherford, if you will.
Okay, thank you. Of course. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams. Thank you, Council President. The event sponsored by West Orange African Heritage Organization is on next Wednesday night at 7:00 p.m. That's February 23rd. And they are discussing the history and the impact of fraternities on American society. I'm a proud member of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, organized in 1911. Our fraternities go back to Alpha Phi Alpha was, I think, 04. I'm not an Alpha, so I'm not sure. I'm sure Councilwoman Williams will correct me if I'm wrong. But they were founded at Cornell. And in the program, they have Alphas, Kappas, Omegas, and Iotas. I don't know that they have a Sigma on the program, but I'm sure by that time, someone from Phi Beta Sigma will be there to discuss both the history, the contributions of the fraternities, not just to Black America, but to America. So I encourage everyone to join us. Again, that is Wednesday, February 23rd, from 7:00 p.m. until 8:30. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. Oh, well, Councilwoman Williams, do you have, would you like to continue?
I certainly will. So I just wanted to make sure everyone recalls that we do have generating throughout social media an opportunity for the Black businesses in West Orange to join our Black Business Registry. We want to make sure all and everyone, whether you are a brick and mortar business, home-based business, or an internet-based business, to please register so that we can continue to shop local. In addition, we also had a contest through February 15th with the high school students, as well as our middle school students on She, a person that was memorable to you, Black History Month individual, who has made an outstanding impression on you. And you could put together an essay, you could put together an art project, any type of creative collaboration was being accepted. And I look forward, we got our schools involved. So I look forward to having those entries received so that we can share that with the community, everyone's creation. We will judge the top 3 entries, and those will be the prize winners of $100 each. And we will make sure that is delivered to them in an acceptable means to our students in the high school and middle school. That's all I have, Council President. Thank you so much.
And we do have a presentation coming up from the Historic Preservation Commission, so we will hear that soon. Councilman Rutherford, would any other announcements you would like to make?
On Black History Month?
No, on council liaison?
No, but I do want to comment on the shirt that I have.
Okay.
I want to thank our council president for this absolutely fantastic polo shirt she gave to the council today. The person that made it for her, she was a gift, in recognition of her term as council president. The person that made it for her is Gina Rivas, who I have used several times in the past. She is an outstanding West Orange artist, and she's done a great job, not just with this shirt, but with many other projects as well. So wanted to highlight that, and I wanted to thank our council president publicly. I have some dark blue West Orange paraphernalia from the Chris Morgan Foundation. I have some light blue stuff from the high school, and now I can add green to my collection. Thank you.
I just want to interject and say thank you, Councilman Rutherford. I did, it's the tradition of the council presidents as they're outgoing to show a little bit of gratitude to all of our council colleagues for the collaboration and the work that we've done together. And I asked my neighbor and good friend Gina, who does all sorts of, she's a wonderful artist. So I did ask her for something personal, and I knew we didn't have shirts, so she embroidered them. She ordered the colors, and the shirts are fabulous. And I really am grateful for her contribution. Sorry they're a little late. She had a hold up on delivering or receiving the shirts, as is the supply chain issue with everywhere. But I see Councilwoman Williams also. I love that. I love how they look. I didn't know we were wearing them. I would have worn them, but I'm glad that you all received them. Hopefully Council President McCartney will see hers shortly, but I hope that they all fit. And yes, thank you. And shout outs to Shopping Locally, Gina Rivas, for all of her artistic talent. So thank you. Thank you, Council President.
Well, Councilwoman Matute Brown, if you have any council liaison announcements you would like to make?
At this time, I do not. As you know, you all received the update for the OSPAC, including the financials. If you had any questions, I'm sure they can be answered, but hopefully you all reviewed them. And I know that we will be discussing OSPAC during the budget, so I look forward to that as well. But no updates from me.
Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. So sorry, Council President.
No,
I should say it's not on the Cannabis Task Force did have a request for applications that was published publicly in the newspaper, the Star Ledger. It was on our website as well, requesting cultivation applications at this time, as that is what the state is accepting. We have not received any to date. Yesterday was the expiration of that. We have discussed extending that timeline. I know that we are very limited in inventory for cultivators, which are only permitted to practice in the industrial zones. So those who are interested are finding a bit of a challenge, and it's something that we're all discussing. But I know that the ordinance for the cannabis is on for discussion later, second reading. So I'll delve deeper into that at that time. But March 15th, the retail applications will be available from the state, and we will also be prepared to release ours at that time as well. Thank you, Council President.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. So I just got off a call with our school board colleagues for Liaison meeting this afternoon. Met with Dr. Cascone and board members Melinda Harta and Brian Rock, and very productive meeting. Some of the topics we touched on was preschool expansion. They're doing their due diligence right now. I wanted to start a conversation about our solid waste contract that will be coming up next September 2023. I've also been in conversation with Mr. Gross. I sat on the council's task force the last time for it. We try to line up the contracts with the Board of Education to put out for bid to see if, we have some cost savings to the township. Unfortunately, last time we didn't get any bidders, but we're revisiting that again and see how we can move forward to try to hopefully save taxpayers some money with all the increased pricing that we'll be looking at next year.
Councilwoman Catalina, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I know that there are members of the public that may benefit from understanding why we didn't receive any bids the last time this entire process happened. If you can just elaborate on that, that would be beneficial to the public.
Absolutely. And, for my council colleagues in your our packets this week, there's a great article from the League of Municipalities. And this really backs up what we've been saying for years now. Oh, very good, Councilwoman. Thank you. Thank you. I'm downstairs away from my desk. So I've been reading it as well. But a couple of years back, I think it was 2017, with the way that we were handling our recycling, our contractors were selling our recyclables off to, or the vendors were selling it off to China. They changed what they took from us, which obviously they didn't make as much money, drove pricing up. Just one of the reasons. But if you read that article, there used to be 6 to 7 bidders that would come out to bid a contract. If our contract, if you don't have a copy of it, our newer council members, Councilwoman Williams and Rutherford, Mr. Gross could share with you. I mean, the bid spec is a couple inches thick. A lot of work goes into it. It's a very complex bid. We have a lot of private communities in the township. And this article, it's not just us, it's elsewhere. You're lucky if you get 1 to 2 bidders, and sometimes you don't get any bidders. So we thought we would be proactive and work with the school board to try to, entice bidders, but they just weren't interested. So we'll try it again. We all agreed today that it was worth a conversation. So Mr. Gross, Dr. Cascone will be reaching out to you with his personnel to set up a meeting. We have time, but we want to start this sooner than later because it's a lot of due diligence, but it's definitely worth the time to see if we could try to get a more bigger pool. But it's tough out there. The vendors, it's tough. We have a lot of hills in West Orange, which is a lot of maintenance on the vehicles, which we see with our own vehicles. So it's hard to attract a bidder. So, but we're going to do our due diligence and move forward and hope for the best. And last but not least, we talked about use of facilities with Dr. Cascone leaving. It's such a process with our permit system, Mr. Keogh, and now I should say athletic director Zakella. Mr. Bly isn't there anymore, and Coach Zakella has moved up into the interim athletic director role. He'll be working with Mr. Keogh on all the permits and all the activity that goes on at West Orange High School. So just wear my old school board hat and assisting where I can and working together. We look forward to having great programming this spring as we all come out of hopefully this horrible COVID season. So it was a great meeting, and we're going to try to meet again in March. And hopefully they'll be appointing an interim superintendent. Sorry to see Dr. Cascone go, but he's moving on, and he'll be working with the new interim superintendent to hopefully have a seamless transition for our colleagues over there. And in Downtown Alliance, tonight I had asked for us to pull a resolution which came off the agenda for the parking lots 28-22 down in the Lindsay lot, or the newly named Hanson lot, and the other lot behind the Rite Aid. So, and the reason for that is Chief is going to come talk to the Downtown Alliance at our meeting tomorrow night. We want to support new business owners coming in. We also want to be able to support the existing business owners that are there. We have an art gallery opening up on Main Street in the historic building that we'll be approving resolution for tonight. So that is some exciting news. So hopefully there'll be some activity at night there on Main Street. And Vienna Music School, they moved over to Northfield Avenue. And so they'll be using the lot more. We have to look at our what we charge for permits in these lots. We have to look at who is able to get a permit. There's we have to really look and update the ordinance, and that's what some of the things we're going to be working on, myself and the chief tomorrow night. We want to have a talk in Director Brill, because there's a few things I think we need to tweak and update on our ordinances. So it'll be productive for our business owners. So with that, look forward to working on that. And of course, the street fair is coming June 4th, and many other activities. So we've been busy. We went to downtown Main Street, New Jersey, seminar online this past week, received some great information, and we look forward to utilizing that information as we proceed with making improvements on Main Street. And that's about it. So thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. It just brings to mind, I'm really, really pleased to hear about the art studio and at the ribbon cutting for the Vienna Music Shop. It just sounds like our downtown Thursdays there on that corner will be fun and interesting and exciting. So it ties in nicely with what my gears are going, because our Sustainable Jersey certification is due in May. And one of the categories in that application is for placemaking in town and between OSPAC and Downtown Thursdays. I think I have a lot of narrative to work on to get into that application. So thank you for that update. And goes hand in hand with the West Orange Arts Council. Also at our meeting, they're very busy, and I always ask everyone to just go to woarts.org. They have the Way Center exhibit starting next weekend. Our Valentine gift shop was on Saturday, but Sunday was postponed till next Saturday. So instead of having a Valentine gift shop, it will just be winter holiday sales. So I invite everyone to go to the Art Center at 551 Valley Road next Saturday. The Way Center is having their annual exhibit. The West Orange High School Advanced Placement students will be having their exhibit in March. And what has been very successful is the West Orange Classic Film Festival. I don't know, Madam Moderator, if you have the upcoming films, but I know that this Sunday, practicing each event, there's only been 2 events so far. They have been very successful, practicing safety, COVID restrictions, and to an almost sold out theater. So this Sunday is going to be Bringing Up Baby, which will be very popular. And if you go to West Orange Classic Film Festival, tickets are available there. They're $14 at the AMC Theater at 2 o'clock on Sunday afternoons. I wanted to say about the rent-a-house, I hope that work is done. I don't see our engineer on right now, but I know that there was a lot of work to improve the water pressure at the rent-a-house, New Jersey American Water replacing pipes there, and I believe that work is done. And I hope that no one was inconvenienced at the rent-a-house. And the West Orange Environmental Commission spent a good amount of time putting together a grant that is also on tonight's agenda. A few years back, the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission submitted recommendations for the township on a feasibility plan for bioretention systems. So the Environmental Commission worked with the Board of Education, science teachers, Liberty and Roosevelt, Kelly Elementary, Redwood, and Washington Street Schools. Based on the recommendations in this feasibility study from Passaic Valley Sewer Commission and with Dr. Amy Rowe from the Rutgers Cooperative, we are hoping to be awarded this grant from Sustainable Jersey and PSE&G to put bioretention systems at those 5 public schools. And as Councilwoman Matute Brown mentioned before, the Planning Board did review the cannabis ordinance, have sent it back to the council. There are quite a few questions on the report. We will get into that during our conversation during the ordinances. And there is another ordinance on our agenda this evening for signage for businesses for drive-up windows. That's fairly new. And the purpose of this ordinance was to update the provision in the municipal code governing permitted signs to allow reasonable signage for businesses with drive-up windows. So recommendations were made there from the planning board as well. And next up, I think that's it. That's plenty. I think we'll wrap up our council liaison and go right into, do we have time to go into our historic preservation?
I have some council liaison updates before we go into the Historic Preservation Commission presentation. Is that okay, Council President?
Okay.
Just wanted to let our residents know that our rent leveling board did hear our first hearing between a landlord and a tenant. Those meetings are public and they will be posted on the municipal website for your viewing pleasure. But do want to acknowledge that the rent leveling board is functioning alive and well. That commission had been somewhat defunct. But in these times where we know that there will be some continued challenges, just wanted to reassure the public that we are moving forward with that commission. The Economic Development Commission also met. With the Economic Development Commission, we had our zoning official, Janice Gary Adams, attend the meeting and go over with those members on the board what our zones are, our residential zones, but of course we focus more so on our commercial zones. And we just talked about some different concepts, strategies to bring support into our community that will increase community housing revenue, focusing of course on our downtown corridor, but we have several other business districts in our municipality that certainly warrant attention and have the additional potential for revenue streams. We have, as the commission is comprised right now, we have 3 open appointments on the Economic Development Commission. We had 1 resignation from Dr. Corey Smith. However, if there is anyone who is interested in serving on this commission, please reach out to either the mayor's office or to Mr. Jay Wayman, who is the Economic Development Chairman. We look forward to having a very involved, we welcome the community input. With this being a commission that is certainly seeking opportunities, we want others that have the same goals, agenda, and objective to come and give us your ideas when we host these meetings. This is certainly an opportunity to be creative, and we know that we have some creative residents in West Orange with tremendous opportunity for growth and development. We also are looking to hear from our Historic Preservation Commission, and as the liaison, just wanted to take an opportunity to properly present what the Historic Preservation Commission is. Of course, if you do not know, they were established in 1992 to help preserve the historic and cultural heritage of West Orange. Our volunteer commissioners contribute their knowledge and experience about architecture, design, town planning, engineering, public policy, education, and West Orange history to enhance our community. And with that, Mr. Feeney, who serves as our chair, is here today, and I give him the opportunity to continue with our presentation and introductions. Mr. Feeney.
Nice segue, thank you. Madam Clerk, do we need to end the conference agenda and go into public comment? Should we do that and then start with the historic preservation?
Well, we do have 2 more minutes before 7 o'clock, so that's totally up to you.
We'll just keep going then. Thank you. All right.
We
We're gonna
need
talk fast.
we need about 15 minutes. So
Perfect.
You got 2 minutes, Brian.
No, no, all right,
I'm kidding.
2 minutes it won't do it. We need 15.
that sounds
So
fine.
however you want to
Thank you,
handle it.
Brian.
Council President, I do have a question that might, for Councilwoman Castellino, over one of her liaison updates. I was very
Okay.
excited to hear, and I can keep forgetting to remind myself to ask the question. Seeing that you had the discussion about pre-K, that's very exciting, I'm sure, to a lot of families in our community. The expansion, the state funding, and I'm happy to hear that there will be a revisit of the school funding formula by the Senate. So that's very exciting as well. Are your conversations also including, you and I had this conversation, actually the council had this conversation about 2 years ago, and the mayor and Dr. Cascone also participated in their thoughts. When we talked about the library, the new library, 10 Rooney, we have the other side of that facility that's not going to be in use currently, but the thought process was to encourage the BOE headquarters to move out of their facilities, rent from the township. That way they can convert their current headquarters to preschool classrooms so that we can have, a building that's, houses all of our pre-K programs. Is that still a conversation that is ongoing?
So we talked about that today because Dr. Cascone, they had to run some rough numbers with their architect to renovate the current board office. Back in the day, that was Eagle Rock Grammar School. And back in the day when I was on the school board, we had looked at that building to convert it to an elementary school again. And back then the pricing was astronomical in that day. That building now is still very high to renovate. It could possibly be an option. It's, not a great option. It came in more higher cost than I thought. I, recommended a few options for them with some knowing the buildings and the properties of maybe putting additions on some of the other campuses. So, just to be creative and think of all possibilities. So they are still interested in looking at our space, and Dr. Cascone is going to reach out to Mr. Gross to set up with our new property manager, because now we are owners of 10 Roney, to go visit the space to see if it's big enough even for their board offices. It may be even too small to move their offices in there, but they're still going to go visit it. And for me to sit here and repeat the whole conversation, it's just a lot of brainstorming. So everything's on the table, creative ideas, best possible situation for them, our children, and our taxpayers, because, we have, and there's as we all know, there's very few properties, there's limited inventory
Mhm.
in the township. We have cannabis investors looking. So there may be some opportunities for them to add on to some of their existing sites, which would be, more advantageous all the way around. So we all took notes, and they're gonna do their due diligence, and hopefully we'll get back to report that to you.
I am happy to
Great
hear that.
question.
I am happy to hear that it's still part of the conversation. And just for the general public, traditionally school buildings that are, when they're built for a certain age demographic, and grammar schools or elementary schools are not fit for preschool students because there's different codes and things that are required by the state. So hopefully that does work out. I'd love to see that a quote unquote education center, if you will, library on one side, BOE on the other, and then, be able to have some cost savings from the rental of different facilities for pre-K. So, but I'm grateful to hear that it's still part of the conversation. Thank you, Councilwoman.
Absolutely. You're welcome.
Thank you, Council President.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that up. I am part of that committee on the pre-K expansion, and as well as other business owners in town. Looking at that, as you just mentioned, there are quite a few restrictions or regulations, I should say, state licensing regulations to accommodate preschool children. And so it's definitely part of the conversation. The space was not available, and they have reached out to business owners in town to see if centers that are already established can accommodate. So everything is on the table to be discussed. Still underway. There was just a meeting last week. So thank you for that. So Madam Clerk, now that we went past 7 o'clock, we can close
Okay.
conference agenda and open public comment, starting with the historic preservation.
Okay.
With an extension of time.
Yeah. This is to inform the general public that this meeting is being held in compliance with Section 5 of the Open Public Meetings Act, Chapter 231, Public Law 1975. The annual notice was emailed to the Star Ledger and filed in the Township Clerk's office on November 24th, 2021, and published in the West Orange Chronicle on December 2nd, 2021. Councilwoman Castellino,
Present.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Present.
Councilman Rutherford,
Here.
Councilwoman Williams,
Present.
Council President McCartney.
Present.
Will everyone please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America
And to the
and to the republic
for which
which
for which it stands,
one
one
nation,
nation,
under
under
God,
God,
indivisible,
with
with liberty and justice
for all. The council is now in their public meeting.
Thank you. Brian, if you would like to preface the resolution that is on our agenda this evening. This came before the planning board. There were 5 properties that did come before the planning board. Planning board moved forward with 4 of the 5 properties. And it looks like, what the holdup was as of when this was heard back in October, November, there was litigation pending at that time. So we did hold up one of the properties that I understand has settled now, and we can revisit that on a planning board level. So floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you, Council President and members of the council. As noted by Councilwoman Williams, I'm here tonight along with the Commission's Vice Chair, Mr. Martin Feitlowitz, to bring forward the Historic Preservation Commission's recommendation that the township consider establishing new local historic landmarks. One of the most important responsibilities of the commission is to help preserve the township's existing landmarks. There are currently 10, 4 of which are also on the National Register of Historic Places. But that list should not remain static. The commission has been working to find additional properties that meet the very strict standards for designation as landmarks, especially ones that help to tell the story of our collective heritage. After careful consideration, we have chosen to nominate 5 outstanding properties, each of which reflects one or more of the following themes: worship, food, housing, government, and innovation. Now, following the guidelines contained in the revised general ordinances, the commission retained the services of an historical resource consultant who conducted an in-depth study and research report for each property. The commission then forwarded our recommendations to the Township Planning Board. Planning Board resolution regarding the designation question is what sits before the council tonight. The in-depth studies for each of these properties was conducted by the firm Hunter Research of Trenton, New Jersey. Mr. Patrick Harshbarter, their principal architectural historian, led the research effort for us. He's joining us here tonight and is prepared to present to the council a short history on the background and significance of each of the nominated properties. But before we proceed, I want to take a moment to recognize a beloved member of the commission, Phyllis Ficarata. Phyllis served as one of the first members of the commission when it was formed in 1992 and later rejoined the commission around 10 years ago. Unfortunately, Phyllis passed away recently. During her time on the commission, she contributed greatly to our work, spurred by her love of the township and her devotion to historic preservation. In fact, it needs to be noted that it was Phyllis who argued with great determination how important it is to designate properties that sit along Main Street. 3 of the properties contained in the resolution are in fact Main Street properties, which if they're designated, I would consider a lovely tribute to Phyllis. She was an outstanding person and anybody who knew her is absolutely going to miss her. And personally, I miss her greatly.
Mhm. Brian, thank you.
Now, with your permission, Council President, I would like to introduce Mr. Patrick Harshbarter.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian, and thank you, Council, for inviting me to present tonight. It's been a real pleasure to work with Brian and Marty and the other members of the HPC over the past 10 years or so to survey neighborhoods in West Orange with certified local government grants from the State Preservation Office, and to be technical experts who apply our training as historians and in applying the technical criteria by which the ordinance sets out which properties may technically meet the criteria for being locally significant or state or nationally significant even. So our job is to really do this research in depth and develop factual narratives that explain the history of these properties and their associations with people and places and events, which really touch on the many aspects of West Orange's history. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to share my screen and run through very quickly the reports that we shared with the HPC. And this is a cover of one of the reports. These are 30 to 40 page documents that you're welcome to peruse at your own leisure. But I'm going to fly through it pretty quickly just to give you a taste of the 4 nominated properties. This is Holy Trinity Church. It is a darling, historically significant Tudor revival church by a member of a very well-known family of ecclesiastical architects, the Upjohns. The grandfather of this Upjohn, Hobart Brown Upjohn, designed St. Mark's. His grandson, about 80 years later, designed Holy Trinity. And it has all the aspects of a Tudor revival church, buttresses, half timber framing. But underlying its white exterior is an interesting story, very relevant to West Orange, which is that this church was built by the parishioners, by the community, literally block by block. They used hollow terracotta blocks and laid them up, and they designed the building that way so that they could do it with their own volunteer labor, which I think is an extraordinary story, that they were doing this in 1907 in order to create a place for the Torrey Corner neighborhood. It has a lovely interior. I'm sure many of you have been in there, but it's if you haven't, it's really worth going in to see the workmanship, the stained glass windows, and the property itself. From a tax parcel point of view, has the church as well as a parish house and a community house. We're nominating just the church building itself, not the parsonage and the garage or the community center. And this building meets in preservation terminology criterion C, which means that it embodies a distinctive type of structure and a method of construction, and is the work of a master architect or builder and has high artistic values. As well, it really digs into the sense of place that West Orange has and the neighborhoods that have these community churches. The second building on our list is the Williams Mcmanus Lehman House. This sits right outside the entrance to Llewellyn Park. And I think of it as a two-faced house. This is the part of the house that faces the entrance drive, and it's the original front of the house. And it's a classic 1850s Italianate style cottage. And this is the face of the house that looks onto Main Street, which has this, very striking tower, and it's Queen Anne in style with lots of ornateness about it. And these two faces of the house actually tell a really important story about its development and its character and how West Orange became a suburb. The house is built in 4 phases over the course of about 50 years. This little diagram shows the different phases in various shades of color. And this map shows it sitting right next to the gatehouse at Llewellyn Park. And it in fact was probably the first parcel that Llewellyn House School sold out of the park. And it went to a Miss Williams, who was the granddaughter of one of the Tories of Torrey Corner. And her brother was the parson at St. Mark's. And this was her house for the next 30 to 40 years. And then it eventually was sold after she passed away to a leather merchant from Newark. And he put on that Queen Anne style face, sort of the Gilded Age of big houses and the kinds of houses you think of that period of time. And it's a fascinating building with a lot of character. And we've have determined that it is potentially eligible under criterion A for its significance in these broad patterns of suburbanization and telling that story, as well as the criterion C for its architectural development. The next building on the third building on our list is the Hedges Block, which some of you may know is the hardware, formerly is the hardware store. I understand the hardware store recently moved out. This is probably one of the West Orange's most iconic Main Street buildings. It really anchors the southern end of Main Street. It's a very classically designed commercial building with 2 storefronts and then upstairs spaces that can be used for offices and various other purposes. In fact, this very much about the story of West Orange's government. This building was the offices for the town clerk and the city council meetings in the late 19th century, from about the time it was built to about 1905. So before West Orange had its own town offices, this was town hall essentially for about 15 years or so. It's got some of this wonderful painted advertising that's still, it's faded, but you can still read it on the sides of the building, which I think is a really interesting aspect of its character. It has a loading dock, and that speaks to one of its first uses, that it was actually a flour and feed store. So it was built in the times of horses and carriages and wagons, and everyone who lived in West Orange would go there to get the feed that they needed for their horses. And dating to the period when this was the town offices, on one side of the building, if you go into the stairwell on the liquor store side of the building, there's all of this graffiti from the 1890s written on the plaster. And this is from the period when this part of the building was the police office and the jail was in the cellar. And a lot of this information that's written on this wall is about events and people who were in West Orange at that time. And it's actually a really amazing aspect of the town's history, which I know everyone has a lot of interest in trying to transcribe this so that it's saved for posterity. This map with the building highlighted at the blue square shows you the building when it was brand new. It actually replaced an earlier Hedges block that burned down. And the Hedges were the flour, feed, and grain dealers. They were a pair of brothers who owned the building. And as I mentioned, it was the fire, police, and clerk's office until 1905 on the upper floors. It's had lots of different businesses in it over the years. It's had fraternal organizations, the Eagle Rock Council. It was a dress company. Some of the fixtures up in the upper attic level relate to attachments for sewing machines. As a produce store, as a plumber's shop, and the liquor store, of course. The hardware store replaced the feed store in about 1940. So we also recommend this building as eligible under criterion C for its historic character and its associations with West Orange history. And finally, our fourth building, many of you will know, is the State Diner, or the Valley Road Diner. This is a classic New Jersey diner, streamlined, art moderne. It's incredibly intact with all of its original stainless steel and plate glass, chrome fixtures throughout. Really amazing interior with the counter and the kitchen back bar. These cars were built very much like railroad cars, prefabricated in factories, then shipped to the sites for installation and operation. This is actually the second diner at this location. There was an earlier diner that was begun by the Lambrito family, who were first generation Italian immigrants. They had a little wooden diner there, and they started a small business and succeeded, like so many people tried to do. And even today, later generations are doing that too. And they built this business. It was inherited by the adult children of Mr. Lambrito, and they upgraded to this stainless steel diner, which was fabricated in Harrison by the Coleman Dining Car Company, which is a very well-known and highly respected dining car company that helped make New Jersey the diner capital of the world. This is one of the best diners I know of in the region in terms of its architectural integrity, and we're also recommending it for landmarking under criterion C. So I rushed through that. I could, like most historians, I could go on for a long time, and I'm happy to answer questions and discuss both the process and our discoveries. But I think if you do have time to read the reports, that will give you the in-depth look at these buildings and the rationale for recommending them to you for nomination. So thank you. And I
Thank
hand
you, Mr.
the floor over.
Harshbarter. I
Council
was going,
President?
yes, Brian.
I'm sorry, do you want us to talk about the 5th property that's pending, or do you want to hold that?
I think we should hold it because, you know, it will come up again. And I wanted to thank Mr. Harshbarter for this. And just to say how sorry I am that this took so long to come back to the council, because recommendations were made for the unanimously made on the planning board level. It was adopted November 3rd, 2021. I'm looking at the resolution from the planning board. So I'm sorry that it took so long to get to the council, but I'm glad it's here. And I'm going to ask my colleagues if you do have any questions that you would like to ask at this time. No, seeing none.
Wait.
Oh, Councilwoman Castellino?
Sorry, I was trying to find my hand there. Yes, thank you, gentlemen, for all coming in tonight. I have to apologize because I did not see earlier Marty on the call, Marty Feidlitz, and he was our former school board architect many years ago. So we thank him always for his service. He designed our beautiful Liberty Middle School, if I recall correctly. So
Yes.
so
Mhm.
all your great years of service.
Thank you.
My question is, with any of these properties, if we go to designate them, obviously there's some benefits to that for the property owner, but if the property owner doesn't agree, and can they resist the designation? That is my question.
I'm sorry, could you clarify?
So
Couldn't
the
hear.
property owners, we designate these this evening, which they all, you did a beautiful job in presenting them. Does the property owner have the right to disagree or deny the, I guess it would call it the designation?
As part of the process, we were required, before we moved to the planning board, to hold a special public meeting outside of our regular meeting to present our reports and our recommendation to the public. Each of the property owners was sent a letter 30 days in advance, advising them of the meeting and basically saying, if you have comment on this, please attend the meeting. We only had one property owner attend the meeting, and that was the pastor of Holy Trinity Church, who told us he was very grateful that we were doing it and was really excited about it. Other than that, the other 4 property owners elected not to attend the meeting. So if they have any objection, they did not bring it forward at the appropriate time. And
Okay.
so that's, and we've looked at this question in the past. The council has the authority to designate a property outside of the property owner's concurrence. Now, it's rare that we would get anyone who, wouldn't want it. Most people see the great benefit of having, their property as a designated property. But there's, we have no indication that any owner of the 5 properties objects to the designation.
And I guess my next question would be like, are they notified with the letter? I mean, are there, when you present this to them beforehand, obviously there's restrictions with their property moving forward. Are they made aware of that before it came to us? That's my next question.
We sent a certified letter. The letter was certified. It wasn't
Okay.
just a letter dropped in the mail or an email or something like that. And the whole point of it was to invite them to attend the meeting, hear about the process, hear all about designation and our findings on their property themselves. So, and when we talk about restrictions, when a property has landmark status, what we are concerned about, and our standards, by the way, are based on what we refer to as the Secretary of the Interior Standards for Historic Preservation. That's the gold standard here in the United States. The National Park Service follows that. Every Historic Preservation Commission follows that. It's the standard you follow. And that standard states that what our concern is the exterior of the building. And that's what we work with a property owner to preserve. What a property owner does with the interior building is their business and not ours. So they can gut the entire interior building if they want. It doesn't matter as long as it doesn't affect the exterior of the building. What you can see from the curb is what we are concerned about. And, we, as part of our mission, we work with property owners of designated properties or anyone in the township. I mean, we have architects on the commission, we have historic preservation specialists, and we're simply here to help. And we get general inquiries. I know my house isn't designated, but it's a nice Queen Anne, and we're thinking of changing the porch. And do you have some advice to us about design or materials and things like that? And that's the advice we're here to offer. But in particular for landmark properties where the protection comes in, when someone wants to do certain exterior work to their property, if it's designated, and they apply for a permit, the permit cannot be issued unless it's accompanied by what's referred to as a certificate of appropriateness. And that's something that the commission issues after full consultation with the property owner. And that actually becomes part of the building permit. And what that often contains are conditions about what they should be doing with, with their renovation. Again, that's something we always do in consultation with the property owner, and it works out well. I mean, sometimes it can get extremely involved. And of course, the most involved one was back in 2016, when we had to issue one of those certificates for the adaptive reuse of the Edison Battery Building, now called Edison Lofts. And that was years in the making, back and forth. But I don't think we'll ever have a project that big on our agenda again. But again, that was very successful. I can tell you that that project, in terms of maintaining the historic character of the building, turned out better because we did engage the property owner. And we, and it shows right down to the exact historic color that the windows are painted.
Thank you, Chairman
Thank you.
Feeney. Yes, thank you very much for that clarification. I think that is important for everyone to understand that they are looking at the exterior of the building. People understand that. I see, yes?
No, one last thing. We just recently met with the new owners, along with members of the Downtown Alliance, the new owners of the Hedges Block, the old hardware store. And they, as an example, are very interested in working with us because they know when they look at the exterior, it needs work. Especially the old steel sort of wraparound signage and things like that. So they're in fact going to appear before the commission in March at our regular March meeting, show us their initial ideas and plans. And since they're not moving in until sometime well after tax season in July, they have a lot of time to get this done. So they're going to be working with us to, make some appropriate choices about what they want to do with that storefront.
That's
Thank you.
excellent news. Thank you. Councilwoman Matute Brown, I see your hand is up.
Thank you. And Mr. Feeney, thank you for all of that additional information, because you did answer some of my questions that I had with respect to the restrictions or limitations for the owners of these properties. And I should also say thank you for the presentation. I am looking forward to reading the report. It's really interesting. I did have a question with respect to the Holy Trinity Church. I know that the comment was made that it does have a community house and a garage, but this is not designating that. It's just the church building itself that's being designated. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Where is the community house in terms of the church itself?
Patrick?
It's located to the rear of the church. there's like a little hyphen, what we call a hyphen that connects it to the back of the church.
Okay, so it's actually a
Would be the
structure
food-
that's attached to the church, just,
It's
Was it an
it's like a
addition?
separate structure. They built kind of like a breezeway between the
Okay.
two. It's
Mhm.
very clearly a separate building, and the designation report describes very clearly what parts of the building are designated and what parts of the property parcel are not.
thank you. And then my last question was with respect to, because the exterior has to be maintained and, churches today are not what they were as far as their patrons years ago. And so raising funds for maintenance of church facilities is a challenge for some. Does the municipality, in designating a church that is designating historic, does the municipality have any liability or any onus to assist in the repairs or the maintenance of a historic property like Holy Trinity Church? Or are there grant programs out there for historically designated churches?
I'll answer the first part of your question. No, there's no responsibility of the township to assist any property owner who has a designated property. And yes, there are certain grants that people can apply for. I'm, for instance, urging the congregation that owns St. Mark's Church to apply for a grant from the National Park Service. It's called the Save America Treasures Grant. It's open right now. It might be the sort of grant that could kickstart sort of a second phase of their restoration. They only have done, and in full consultation with us, they replaced the roof. But that's really the extent of the work that's been done on the main building there. So yes, there are grants that people can apply for.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
for answering my questions. Thank you, Council President. That's it for me.
Yes, thank you. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I did just want to mention, as Councilwoman Castellino asked about notification to the owners, that when we did notify the owners of the Hedges Block, I did bring to the commission's attention that the ownership had changed. And so I was concerned that we had notified the right parties. But again, just to reaffirm that communication between the owners and the commission does take place. Subsequently, they met and have discussed, and as you heard, are very interested in working with the commission to make sure not only are compliant, but also do a good job in just maintaining West Orange history. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Any other questions? No? I thank you, gentlemen, for, so Madam Clerk, I wanted to ask, is this as a resolution? Are we voting? We're voting
You're
on this
just, it's
now?
going on consent as a consent item, and you'll just, we'll review it and then you'll just say consent.
Okay. Or we can put it to a vote right now. I would make a motion to approve this designation so that the gentlemen do not have to wait till the end of our meeting.
I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Okay, hold on, let me do a vote. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay,
And thank you all very much for the time and effort that you put into this and for your community service. And it's always nice to see you and hear from you.
Thank you.
So we look forward to the other property as well to come back.
And we'll work with the planning board to get that done.
Great. Okay, thank you. Nice to see you all.
Oh, by the way, one last thing. If anyone wants to read the designation reports, they're available on the commission's website. So
Mhm.
they're right there and anyone can read them. Just, you don't have to read all 40, 50 pages of each, but there's great executive summaries in it. And it really gives a nice thumbnail history of the buildings.
It is. It's a beautiful, beautiful narrative, beautiful story, historic perspective. Thank you.
Good night.
Martin, always nice to see you.
Well.
Good night. Thank you. Okay, Madam Clerk.
okay, now's the time for public comment.
We have Joe Fagan ready to speak. Joe, please state your name and address for the record.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and a good evening to you, Madam President. I'm Joe Fagan, Public Information Officer, and thank you for the opportunity to address the West Orange public tonight. This evening, I would like to take the opportunity to point out an important reminder for West Orange residents. When we next meet, dare I say, thoughts of spring will be in the air. I say that cautiously because I don't want to upset the snow gods who have thus far been kind. But as we inch closer to bidding Jack Frost a fond farewell and begin to plan our outdoor spring projects, I have an important reminder for residents about something that should be considered. There is a tree ordinance in effect in West Orange which requires permits and prevents random removal of trees. In cases where a permit is not required, it still requires a tree removal exemption form. Either form is required for tree removal, but there is an exception for hazardous or emergency tree removal. I said exception and not exemption. The only thing that changes with an emergency tree removal is that you can file for the necessary form within 5 days after the emergency removal and not before, as is normally the case. Also, written documentation of the hazard by a licensed tree expert or certified arborist by the International Society of Arboriculture is required. West Orange property owners themselves are permitted to conduct tree removal on their own property, provided they apply for either of the required forms as mentioned. All tree removals conducted by a private entity for hire must be licensed by the New Jersey Board of Tree Experts and pre-registered with West Orange Township. All this information and more details are posted on the website at westorange.org. My purpose tonight is to simply make residents aware of the existing township tree ordinance on the books for those planning spring projects that might include tree removal. This afternoon, I received notice from our recreation director, Mr. Kehoe, who asked me if I could please make mention of the West Orange Junior Lacrosse Registration League. Registration in the West Orange Junior Lacrosse League is now ongoing. There are two categories. There's travel teams that will include 3 boy teams and 3 girl teams for players in grades 3 through 8. And practices start in mid-March. There's also a little lax program which is intended for grades K through 2nd. This is assisted from Caldwell University, and this starts in April 3rd. For more information, you can visit the website or call the Recreation Department directly at 973-325-4150. Finally, speaking of sports, I have a quick update for Black History Month. Last meeting, I reported that I discovered Lawrence Coelho was the first Black athlete a century ago at West Orange High School. Since then, I discovered additional team photos that showed he also played on both the baseball and basketball teams. He was the only student athlete from any ethnic background to play all 3 sports. I was subsequently able to track down his surviving nephew, who is now 83 years old. I spoke with him in length just this morning, and he gave me many more details about his uncle, who he knew very well. I now know his complete story that is a significant part of our town history that I will publicly share details with in a future article. Before I leave, I would just like to compliment Councilman Rutherford on his stylish new shirt, but I'd also like to say to be careful of labels that say one size fits all, because I find that not to be true. Thank you. That's all for tonight, Madam President, and have a good meeting.
Thank you, Joe, very much.
Any other members of the public wish to speak? I'm not seeing any.
Okay.
Anthony Puglisi? I'm not sure. He didn't raise his hands. Ah, there he is.
Ah,
Yes, Anthony, please say your name and address for the record.
Good evening, Anthony Puglisi, Public Information Director for Essex County, representing County Executive Joe DiVincenzo. You caught me off guard there. I was waiting for more people to speak. I just wanted to give a brief update about the vaccination centers. We are continuing to operate them both at Kmart and at our employee parking deck in Newark, which is across the street from Essex County College. This week, we closed the site at Sears and Livingston, so we just have the 2 sites operational. The hours are Tuesday to Friday from 2 to 7 p.m. and Saturday from 8 to 2 p.m. And we are continuing to give all stages of vaccines, first, second, third, booster doses. No appointment is necessary. You can just walk in. We do encourage people that, even though they may see numbers dropping, if you're not vaccinated or you don't have a booster shot, now is the best time to get it. It is our best line of defense. And that's really all I have until it gets warmer. And my counterpart, Joe Fagan, said that, Mother Nature was going to cooperate with us. So hopefully we'll get an early spring. Thank you.
Anthony, thank you. Thank you always. Okay. Madam Moderator, anyone else?
Any other members of the public? I'm not seeing any.
Okay. Then we can close public comment. Thank you. And move on down our agenda. Madam Clerk?
Okay, this is the time that we review consent agenda.
Okay, I just.
Oh, go ahead.
Sorry.
Oh,
Sure.
approval of minutes of previous meeting, public meeting, February 1st, 2022.
Consent.
Report of township officers, none. Reading of petitions and communications and bids. Correspondence from the planning board for the proposed amendment to land use regulations, chapter 25:15.3.c, signage for business with drive-up windows. That's ordinance 2677-22. That's on our agenda this evening. Is there consent?
Consent.
Consent.
Okay. Bills, there are no bills. Resolutions, are any resolutions being pulled this evening, Council President?
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. So we do not have a lot of resolutions on our agenda, but I do have a lot of questions.
Okay.
So let me just start with, and I know our Director of Recreation is on, so he will answer questions about 2522. I wanted to add on resolution 2722. That is the resolution for the Sustainable Jersey Grant for PSE&G. In the therefore paragraph that starts, Mayor and Council has determined the township should apply for this grant. Can we add at the end of that sentence where it says, grant in the amount of $10,000 for the implementation of a project to install rain garden bioretention systems as recommended by the Passaic Valley, by the updated Green Infrastructure Passaic Valley Sewer Commission feasibility plan. That's a mouthful, and I can certainly send that to you, but that I would like to add that sentence to that resolution.
Council President, can you read the sentence, please?
Yes, of course. The end of the sentence where it says we wanted to install rain gardens, bioretention systems as recommended in the updated Green Infrastructure Feasibility Plan by the Passaic Valley Sewer Commission.
Thank you.
And I can send you a copy of that if you would like to see it.
I'm going to pull that off the consent agenda and then we'll vote on it separately as amended.
Okay,
All right.
that was one. Councilwoman Castellino explained the resolution 2822. So I understand the chief will come to the Downtown Alliance meeting to explain that. I wanted to ask the administration on resolution 30-22. This is the resolution for the goose control technology. I had mentioned before about our Sustainable Jersey application coming due in May. And there is another category in that certification process about how we handle wildlife. So what I would need to upload is a work plan, if we have that, and a signed agreement, a copy of the signed agreement with this goose control.
Excuse me, Council President.
Councilmember
Sticking with that ordinance you had a question on. Do we know, well, I guess the rec director or Mr. Gross may know, is Rock Spring included in this plan?
Are you asking John, Mr. Gross, is Rock Spring included in this geese control? We know.
That particular contract is for the properties that we, under our control. Rock Spring is responsible for its own.
Okay, can we find out if what they're doing about geese control up there? Because I know that's been an issue. Okay, thank you.
I actually spoke to Mr. Parker today because I was curious about the same thing. I think we all are. My question not only was Rock Spring included, but there was, in the resolution, it indicates that it's all parks. But then in the description, it just says that there's 2. And then further in the resolution, it mentions 3 parks. So there was a few inconsistencies there that I just wanted to confirm. But if you're saying with Rock Spring, Mr. Parker indicated that it is a problem until they start playing golf again. And once they start playing golf, the geese kind of remedied themselves. They get out of the way.
Yeah, I think there's still
Not good
a lot
enough.
of cleanup that has to get done.
Yeah.
I'm just
Yeah.
communicating what I asked.
Thank you.
And what was stated to me.
And just to be clear, this contract is not for them to the extent that it's required. The township, the town administration will be sure to impress upon Kemper the need to deal with the issue. As everyone knows, just because we're asking Kemper to do it doesn't mean that the township is not participating. To the extent every dollar that is spent at the golf course is $1 less for profit, and therefore we end up paying for half of those expenses. So it's in our interest to make sure that they comply, and we will.
Excellent. Right. So that would be for Cable Lake. And this resolution is going to be for Crystal Lake and Degnan.
Correct.
Okay. Good.
Council President.
And that's only a part of our efforts. If you recall, last fall, the council approved other activities that are indicated to clear up some of these problems. So we have multiple efforts that we put together and that we're doing this year in particular to deal with these issues, because we do know that it has gotten worse over years.
Yes.
And it's just time to put some more attention to it.
Excellent. And I do know that we have 17 bodies of water in town. So it has to be more than just at OSPAC and Degnan Park. Thank you for that. Councilwoman, yes, Mr. Brown, you had a question?
Yes, I did. Just to follow up on Councilwoman Williams' point with the discrepancy in the indications on the resolution and then on the contract itself, the egg treatment is for 3 sites. The eggs to be oiled for 2,500, but the resolution only includes Degnan and OSPAC. What is the 3rd site?
I don't remember off the top of my head what the 3rd site is. Over the years, there have been areas where this is the same professional that we've used or what they've identified where the nesting occurs. And I'll get you that information of the 3rd. I just don't know off the top of my head.
Is it Stag maybe?
I'd be guessing.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Not on this resolution.
All right, thank you. So we also have another
I
question
did have one, Council President. I just wanted
on
to
this resolution.
I just wanted to
sorry.
understand what, oiling the eggs, what does that do? I've never heard of that before, and I just wanted to understand what that process is. I did
Adeline,
look on the internet and I saw some other remedies, and I did not see that one, so I apologize.
It
Adeline, mhm.
it impacts, I guess, the egg's ability to be, for lack of better
Hatched.
terms, impregnated, yes, hatched. So,
Mhm.
So they
Adeline,
have to physically go out and find the nest?
it's a very physical process, yes. You have to go, and in years past, we had volunteers to do it as well, but that's kind of dried up. But yes, it's basically, it's a physical action that you take on, that we find the nests and actually rub the eggs with the appropriate oil, and it minimizes the
Reduces the population.
there
yes.
you go, yes.
And so it also said that they do that only by request?
Yes, I mean, based on where we're having issues and where the nests are located, it's not something that we do and we don't pay for, only when we need it.
Thank you.
Thank you. On resolution 3422, I wanted to commend the engineer, Lenny Lepore, for moving forward with this free direct technical assistance on the Complete Streets Assistance Program. And this was also offered through the New Jersey Department of Transportation. And I also wanted to make recommendation, I guess this would go to Councilman Rutherford on the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board, moving forward after this technical assistance, that I make a recommendation that we have adopted the Complete Streets policy, but that we would like to recommend an ordinance, because that would help with the zoning and planning board applications moving forward to be, rather than make recommendations, we can ask them to comply with our ordinances. So after this tech-free technical assistance, to continue to move forward. And my last question is on 3522. This is the resolution to extend the agreement with CGPH. CGPH is the Community Grants Planning and Housing for Affordable Housing Administrative Services. We're renewing this contract, but I did want the administration to look at why West Orange was not listed on their website. I know that through our affordable housing and fair share housing plan, there are proposed housing not yet developed. And this agreement is for 2021 through 2025. But we do already have affordable housing, and there may not be anything available, but I do believe that it should be on there, because they do talk about in their proposals waiting lists. And, you know, just off the top of my head, I'm thinking Executive Drive will come on board, Tompkins Street, and
Central Ave.
Central Avenue is already there, and yeah, there's a new application there. And
Yes, this is
the library also at the current library site, there is an approval there for 61 units.
there is a role for them in all of those new projects, as well as some of our other requirements with our housing plan. It's a new contract last year, first time. They've done very little work for us so far. We only pay based on what they actually perform.
Okay.
And I will remind them, or speak to them tomorrow to make sure that whatever they need in order to get us on that site, if indeed it's timely, we'll take care of that.
Excellent. Thank you very much.
If I may just follow up on that question that you just posed, Mr. Gross, when you have that conversation with them with respect to posting it on their website with the waiting lists. And for those who are in the public, this resolution is 3522. And I am looking at the contract, which is page 16, that talks about the rental and ownership fees paid. One of them is the wait list management and lease renewal. I wondered if then we can also on our own township, just have a link that directly goes to their website. So our residents have that access instead of trying to figure out or remember who CCBG is, or H, I'm sorry, CCPH. I need to put on my glasses. They can just go on our website, you know, particularly since the rental assistance program or the rental board is now up and running and they actively update their website. It would just be easier for them to go to our website and have a link directly to theirs. So if that can be done, that would be.
Absolutely. Once they get everything up and once there's an inventory to have a wait list for, what we don't want to do is we don't want to create a list prematurely, so people get frustrated for being on that list
That's true.
for a long time when there's really no movement to be had. But certainly once that becomes a reality, we'll absolutely do that.
So do we have anticipation dates of, you know, ribbon cuttings or openings, grand openings for, let's say, Executive Drive? You know, their project has been approved.
Yeah, there are certain projects that this applies to. I'm not sure that it applies to the Executive Drive, but to the extent that it is, they're at least 2 years out. So, you know, you probably wouldn't start collecting that data or that information till, you know, you're probably, 3 to 6 months away.
But I still do think that that is good. And I know we do have an area, and do not ask me where it is because I would fail that test. But there is an area on our website that does list the redevelopment projects that are existing. Perhaps those that are about to come online, you know, just for planning purposes. You know, do I want to stay in, look for an apartment to rent in 2 years? I have to move. You know, it's just good for planning purposes, I think. Because there's also the Tompkins Street, right? That's all 17 affordable housing units. So I think it just for planning purposes, anticipated or otherwise, would be really good to list for us. Thank you.
Excellent point about putting that on the website. Thank you. And it says right in our ordinance too, that this is to include the proposed addition of 231 new and affordable family rental units between 2001 and 2025. So thank you. On that same resolution, Madam Clerk, and the first sentence, whereas the Township of West Orange administers an affordable housing program for qualified individuals, there's a word that needs to be inserted there, based on income eligibility consistent with the regulations promulgated by the Council on Affordable Housing and the Uniform Housing Affordability Control.
What page, Council
Right
President?
on the front, on the resolution itself, in the first sentence, after affordable housing program for qualified, there's a word that needs to be inserted there. And I think it's individuals.
Qualified individuals based on income
Based on income
eligibility.
eligibility. Okay,
Okay, we'll pull that one also and do as amended. Okay.
all right. Anyone else have any questions?
I do, Council President, on Resolution 2522. I don't know, is Bill Kehoe with us, our director?
It is my understanding that he was going to be here to answer questions.
I don't see him on the call.
Okay, that's fine. Maybe Mr. Gross is, you're the go-to. With respect to the increase in these fees, I just wanted some to have a better understanding as to why they're being increased. So some of the fees for traveling sports from 75 to 175, and the old fees were 60 to 125. And I realize, like, for our traveling sports and those that we do already provide funding for from the township, I understand that there's increase in traveling costs and increase in insurance costs, but the township does already provide funding for our sports teams. And in-house sports team, the same. Would you have any information on that as to why for Footsteps Camp that's listed on here, old fee, there wasn't any. Now we have a 395 to 475. The disabled programs, parties, that to me is really, I know that the mayor has a program for the gifted, uniquely gifted. Is that the same program?
That
Yeah.
is, that is part of those programs, yes. And I do not have any direct information on that, on those changes from the director. I certainly will get some answers for you on that. I know generally speaking, you know, these fees are intended to try to cover the variable costs involved in it. But again, to those specific ones, I do not have that information.
I thank you. And just for my council colleagues to consider as well, the program for the uniquely gifted, I would like to see residents not have to pay to attend a party to celebrate. That's always been troubling to me when I receive those in my mail, where there is a Valentine's Day party or a Thanksgiving party or any kind of party for the uniquely gifted, you know, there's a cost associated with it that, you know, it's not, to me, that's not celebratory. If there are guests, and I understand if they're out of town guests, 100% support that. But in this case, for our disabled population, I don't know what the number is, and I'm actually going to suggest that until we have a more in-depth discussion with our director, that we table this ordinance, because I think that one of the things that when we talk about inclusive communities, that we typically focus on the equity and social justice racial aspect of it, but not of those with special needs or uniquely gifted. I think that those fees, I would be much more comfortable if they came from the mayor's fund, Sunshine Fund. And then looking at the senior citizen golf tournament, the old fees were 0 and now they're 90 to 110. The senior citizens, as we all know, are on a fixed income. And while to some $90 may be insignificant, to others, it's a barrier. Particularly when we own the golf course. So I would love to have a more in-depth discussion about this with the director, and would ask that my council colleagues support a motion to table this until we are able to have that discussion.
Council President, if I may.
I wanted to say that I do have Director Kehoe joining our meeting, so he should be on any minute.
Right, thank you, Council President.
I was just texting him myself.
Okay, nope, we have our moderator is sending him a link to join.
Thank you.
I just wanted to follow up on what you just said, though, about the gifted program, the parties that they have. It is a monthly, there are about 100 people that do attend and are residents that are there. Many have caretakers and caregivers and parents and family members that attend as well.
I've attended, so I'm familiar with those who do attend.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
We have. Yes, I think it's very,
Just 100 participants, but certainly a good handful. I just think that for our residents, we shouldn't. That's just my position. Thank you, Council President.
Yep. Councilwoman Williams.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to agree with Councilwoman Matute Brown on our charges. I was also a little concerned about the increase. I do understand that, you know, we are in an inflationary time period, but I'm also looking at the fact that we've been in COVID for the past 2 years, and several of these sports activities just simply didn't occur. You know, we still have some financial challenges for our families. I was just very concerned without hearing a rationale. So I'm very glad that Mr. Kehoe is coming on to join us. As far as the senior citizen golf tournament, that again, you know, kind of raised some concerns for me as well. I did reach out to Mr. Parker. His explanation, because I asked the same question, why are we charging the seniors and we own the golf course? And he very quickly responded that a few years ago, they did host a tournament that there were only about 30 participants, that the seniors are being asked to pay because they're utilizing golf courses that are not our own. and they take it as an opportunity. So when they host this tournament, they're going to other properties that might be private properties. And so there is a fee associated with that. And from polling the senior citizens who do participate, I understand it is about 100 seniors who participate in the golf tournament. They prefer to spend that $100 to go to, and I guess they've been polled, to go to a facility that they would ordinarily not have an opportunity to frequent. So that was the explanation again that I was provided for that. They're not coming to our free publicly owned golf course. They're going to other facilities.
Thank you for that explanation. Councilwoman Castellino.
Thank you, Council President. And to piggyback on Councilwoman Williams's point there, I was going to add to that because my husband as well, if you're 55 and older, you're able to play in this program, and it is a traveling program. In regards to sports, I know Mr. Keough, he's on here now, but he hasn't increased fees in years, and the sports teams have been playing, even though they just haven't only recently been playing. Actually, the enrollment has skyrocketed in a lot of situations, especially last summer break. But like everything else, I mean, you can't expect not to cut fees. He charges minimal fees. I'll let him speak for himself, but you're going to have to increase his budget. So you can't, I just want to make that recommendation now. You can't expect for him not to charge for certain situations and not increase his budget, because it's going to be taken away from somewhere else. So you have to be ready to do that as well. But a lot of the traveling sports teams, a lot of these provide paid instructors, which is a good thing for our youth teams, because they're competitive and they do quite well, and insurance costs has gone up. I spoke with him earlier, but I see he's on the call now, so I'll let him speak for himself. Oh, there he is. Hello, Mr. Keough.
Hello.
Good evening.
Council President, I'm done. Those were my comments. I'll let him speak.
So the fees that were raised, for the most part, are increase in ranges, which means that they're not going to necessarily be raised. It gives us the ability to raise. And that would be on a case-by-case basis, basically to cover costs that are being added on to our programs by others. For instance, when we go to a golf course, I heard you speak about that. Well, if the golf course raised their fees by 20%, we don't really have much choice. Otherwise we're going to lose money on it. As far as the sports programs, when we're in a league, we have to pay for the officials. The officials' rates go up. We have to pay entrance fees to tournaments and leagues. Those fees go up. So we're basically creating ranges so that we can stay within reach of what our expenses are. We have absolutely no intention of trying to pass fees on to residents for our programs, just for the heck of it. We don't do that. We pride ourselves on having some of the most affordable rates of all the recreation departments in the area. And that's been my stance from the beginning, that we don't price our people out of these things. And it'll be my stance until my final day on this job. So if anybody has a specific question about a particular program, I could clarify it for you.
Bill, the question did come up about the uniquely gifted program.
Yes.
About charging our residents there. Is that something that we would be able to provide?
Yeah, all that is the rising food costs. If you know,
that's true. That's true.
Following the trends, all the restaurants and food and beverage people are taking a beating with this supply chain issue, and every item is going up. For instance, one of our golf tournaments that we're negotiating with now, They want, $11 more per person for a breakfast. They want $17 more a person for lunch, and all Doug Adams is doing there is getting himself into a position where he can pay the caterer, what to pay the bill,
Mhm.
and that's all it is. I mean,
So-
COVID works a lot of ways,
Mhm.
and not many of them in our favor, as you probably know.
I do want to just follow up on that, but I see Councilman Rutherford has had his hand up and I would like him to get his questions in as
Yes.
well.
Thank you, Councilwoman Matute Brown.
I'll-
Councilman
I'll-
Rutherford?
I'll hold.
Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Councilwoman Matute Brown. Specifically with regard to the sports clinics, I see the range. What are these fees per 30 hours or less? Is that per participant, per team? What is that?
No, the length of instructional hours dictates the range. For instance, some clinics might run, you sign yourself up for a clinic for your son for a clinic. That clinic may run 1 hour for 6 weeks. It may run, 3 hours for 5 weeks. So what we do is we take the total number of instructional hours, and based on the number of hours, we cap what the price would be, and we always price it, underneath market value. So a clinic run by us, for instance, let's say we ran a softball clinic or whatever for a week, we would charge something within that range, where a private entity would probably in many cases be twice that. So again, all we're doing is passing an ordinance that gives us a little bit of flexibility in terms to pay our clinicians and things like that. We never make a penny over cost for any of these programs.
I hear the explanation. Is the range dependent upon the sport?
Well, not necessarily, Councilman. It's really based on the hours, and in some cases you can get somebody to run your camp for X amount of dollars, and in some cases, the cost for staffing is more, and in some cases you can run a clinic with 2 people, and in some cases you need to have 4. So that's why we always do a range, so that we can apply common sense and mathematics within that range. So it's a case by case basis.
Do you have, or can you provide to the council and a breakdown of these various sports and these hourly charges, or these up to hourly charges? Do you have that kind of data?
We know what we charge for each of our programs, sure. What do you want to know, what we charged in 2001, 21 rather?
I'd like to know 21, but I'd also like to know, going back to a pre-COVID period. So, if you could get me through 19, let's say.
Well, 19 and 20 and 21 wouldn't have been any different.
So COVID had no impact on cost or participation?
No, we bit the bullet on that. We didn't care.
So then there's a loss somewhere.
Well, not a loss. We just had, our budget has some mobility in it, and we move things around and we make it work.
All right, so I'd like to see those budgets. I want to see what that mobility is. And then my last question is, with regard to this summer basketball league. So there is certainly an increase there, but it looks like you have the ability to double the fees or go, am I understanding this right? So the team fee is up to $500?
No.
What is this?
Playing summer league? No.
So what I'm looking at is the old fee was $250. The new fee is $275 to $500 for West Orange teams, or
No.
$375
That's
to
visiting
$650.
team.
No, we don't.
$375 to $650 for visiting
our-
teams.
Our teams in the league pay a different fee than teams that are visiting in the league.
Yeah.
Right. So
we use by increasing the visitor team's registration fee, it allows us to keep our fee for our kids down.
I understand the logic. What I'm looking at says West Orange teams, old fee 250, unless I have an outdated and there's an updated form somewhere. Old fee 250, the new fee 275 to 500. Is that?
That's just, again, Bill, that's just a range. Okay, it's a range. So, it may take us, 8 years to get to those numbers. Okay, understand these fees have been, the ranges that you're looking at now, that exist now, are ranges from a decade ago. Okay?
So I'm not seeing, I mean, with the exception of traveling sports and in-house team sports, I'm not seeing a range. All I see is an actual fee for the old fee. I see a range for the new fee, but I see, with the exception of traveling sports and in-house team sports, everything else is a set fee, not a range.
I don't have it in front of me, so I don't know.
All right, so what would help me is to have a budget. I'd like to be able to compare 19, 20, and 21. If you could send that to me, I'd be greatly appreciative.
Could you send me an email as far as what specific programs you want?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'll send that right now.
No problem. We'll get that for you early, or in a day or two at the latest.
Thank you very much.
I
Okay.
see Ken Kaiser has his hand up. Ken, do you have a question?
Yeah, frankly, I'm questioning some of the numbers on this resolution. For example, the Senior Citizen Golf Tournament, and it's really tournaments, not tournament. And Bill, correct me if I'm wrong, but I mean, there's a bunch of these every year at different clubs, all of which are private clubs, except for now, of course, we own Rock Spring, but it's never been zero. It's never been nothing to pay. We always have had to pay to play in these tournaments. I mean, I haven't played in recent years, frankly, but I mean, I remember paying in past year, in several years ago, $75, $80, $9, whatever it was, to play in those tournaments. And zero is just not an accurate number for old fees, because it's always cost money to play in them.
Okay, no argument here.
Mhm.
Council President, if Ken, are you done? Or did you
Yeah, I'm
have?
done. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Councilwoman?
Bill, I just, you and I have conversations often, particularly with OSPAC. So I know your position and your protection of all of the programs and the residents in town. If I offended you in any way by saying or thinking that you were making a dime, I know that you're not. I am looking strictly at the impact on the residents, particularly in this time of COVID. And with specificity, and if there is a different number, like Ken Kaiser just pointed out, right? What I'm looking at where it says Senior Citizen Golf Tournament, I thought it was one, and I'm thinking we own it. I didn't know that they were traveling. So not being able to compare it with last year's fee is confusing to me, as well as with the Footsteps Camp. There's in the old fees, there's an NA. So I when I see NA, I'm assuming that program is a new program, and that program fee is between $395 to $475. So that is that's questionable to me as well. When I look at the preschool program, the old fees were $55, and then this year the fee is NA. I think we just need a little bit more clarity, and I wanted to ask, since you are here, Bill, with respect to the disabled program parties and the disabled program summer camps. I've attended some of the parties, not the summer camp, but some of the parties, and I know, I mean, it's like pizzas and hot dogs and burgers. So to increase to even charge them to me as a resident and as an elected official, I'm not comfortable with that, never have been. And I wonder if that can't come out of the Sunshine Fund for the disabled program specifically. And I do appreciate Councilwoman Castellino reminding us that we will be visiting your budget soon. And so some of these things will be spelled out in there, but my suggestion to table this was so that we could get a better and fuller picture and understanding of these fees. And then the last,
No problem with that.
and then the last question, what is the Footsteps Camp? We didn't have that last year.
The Footsteps Camp is an extended day program that occurs after the extended school year program for the Board of Ed. So if you put your kid into the extended school year program for the Board of Ed, you leave at like 1 o'clock. If you want to stay for the rest of the day, that's when Footsteps stays and provides the aftercare. Very similar to what the community house or one of those programs are doing in the regular school day now.
And this is who's oversees this program? The rec department oversees the Footsteps Camp?
Yeah, Candy Meyer coordinates that program.
Oh, okay. No, yes. And I've attended some of those events too, and they're a lot of fun. And the 395 range to 475 range, is that per month or per season?
That's for the whole 4.5 weeks of the program.
4.5, okay. All right. I think, Council President, I'm going to go back to my original motion to table this so we can get, I know Councilman Rutherford had some questions he wants some clarification on. And I still want to find out if there's any consensus from the council as to whether or not the disabled program parties, and I don't know if that's a John Gross question, and could be taken from the Sunshine Fund for our residents. That's it for me, Council President.
Thank you.
Should I go forward with the motion?
I see a couple of more hands. Let's have some more questions.
Okay.
Councilman Rutherford?
Thank you, Council President. Yeah, I would support tabling this until we get the additional information that's been requested and the clarification on the table. But I also wanted to know, do we offer any discounts for families that have multiple children in the program? And if not, is that something that can be considered? And that does it for me. Thank you.
That's a good point. Bill, do we have any sibling discounts?
It varies from program to program.
Mm-hmm.
Is there some
in sports camps, those type of discounts generally apply to camps. In other words, I'm putting my child in a summer basketball camp or my kid's going to baseball camp, and that's usually at the suggestion of the person who runs the camp, which is more than likely usually the high school coaches. When it comes down to, like, signing up 2 kids for lacrosse or 2 kids for baseball or something like that in a regular program, we don't usually do that.
Thank you.
Bill, let me ask you, if we do table this, is there anything that's time sensitive on here?
Yeah, that was my question.
Oh, sorry. Is it times, I know that you're getting ready for summer. We have 2 council meetings coming up in March on the 1st and the 15th. Yes?
Some fees, some spring fees are already set, established, and advertised. Summer fees have not been. So
okay. So do we need to bifurcate this then? Do you need to put?
No,
okay.
no. We're probably going to be within where there's a range. We're probably going to be within the range anyway.
Okay.
But I think this is. I think everybody's getting a little ahead of themselves here. I think a lot of this stuff is long-term planning, 10-year revision of old numbers and trying to bring them into the reality of 2020 going toward 2030. That was the intent of it.
Okay.
So we'll go from there.
Always been reasonable. Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino?
Yeah, so being it's been a while since I had a kid in a program, and especially my younger years as a struggling parent. So I know the rec has always been good and all the other sports program, when there's a parent in need, we do what we can. However, if you visit other township websites and look at other recreation programs, or just ask your family members in other towns, like I always used to compare costs with, our fees are extremely low compared to other towns. So I know where everybody gets upset, and we want to make sure that we do what's right by our residents. we've been doing that for 4 years, always trying to help our kids and our parents. But just remember that. So again, when budget season comes and if there's things you want to cut out, if it's going to come out of that budget, so another program's going to get affected. So those are conversations we need to have, but I don't want to hold up his spring, what's been advertised. Is there any way to do that? Mr. Kaiser, here's where you go. You're up
I mean,
for
I'm
that.
going to suggest, as I always do, to a motion to postpone this to a specific time, and I don't see any reason why it can't be the next meeting, which is March 1st, I believe. I assume, Billy, that you can get all these issues resolved and by then and a new resolution prepared.
Agreed.
Okay,
Beautiful.
thank you, Bill. Councilman Rutherford? No, okay.
If I may, Council President, before we move on to another subject, I did want to just ask if there is the possibility that we look at a multi-child discount for any of our programs. I don't know if that's something that the rec department can revisit or visit, since it's something that we only do for camps. But I would just think that if you have 2 or more children in a program from the same household, it can be seen as an, as a hardship. Thank you, as a hardship for these families. And sometimes, and I do appreciate the fact that, my children did play in recreational sports growing up, and, I just had my daughter graduate, so I'm maybe a little closer than my council colleagues to having children participate in these activities. But at the same time, it's hard. And so if we can give any type of consideration to our residents, I would like for us to do that. However, I would like for it to be on a consistent, already identified basis, not something where if you need help. We have a lot of parents that aren't comfortable asking for help. And so we just want to make sure if we are making any type of concessions or considerations that we have established some type of standard across the board.
Gotcha.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Thank you.
Again,
Councilwoman Castellino.
yeah, and again, I'm gonna advise, I know Mr. Keough is, listen, I know it's tough but there's a lot of parents with multiple children, and you're gonna have to really devise a system, because we have to, you're gonna have, issues with his budget. I know you will. I've been involved in sports for many years with PAL, Mountaintop, the rec, and when parents have issues, we're very good and do what we can, but to have a general rule, I think, then you're gonna have to increase his budget. And I'll leave it there. We could talk about it when he gets us more information.
Thank you. So Bill, we would like you to return on March 1st, if that works for you, or March 15th.
March
You can
1st.
March
I would
1st.
appreciate, what Mr. Rutherford is going to do. If somebody could, if people have any concerns, please fire them off as quickly as you can, so we could deal with it in one fell swoop, rather than go through one person's concern and then the next day get somebody else's. You know what I'm saying there?
Okay.
So I could be.
Council President,
Can we have a deadline by the end of the week?
Establish a deadline so that we can not make Mr. Kehoe crazy?
Too late for that. I'm sorry.
By the
That's
end of the
what we
week,
were saying.
February 18th, if anyone has any questions, or you want additional clarification, or for him to enumerate for us to compare the old fees and the proposed fees,
What's today's
to
date?
have them submitted by February 18th. That would be Friday.
That's perfect. Good enough.
Just one last question before we do take the vote to table. The traveling sports, is that PAL or Mountaintop League? Or is that just totally separate?
No, and if you want to take a look at a point of comparison, take a look at what we charge a rec-sponsored travel team participant to play, and take a look at what Mountaintop and PAL are charging. There's no comparison. It's apples and oranges.
I appreciate that reference. Certainly will do.
And that's not to say that they're not doing what's right for them.
Yeah.
They are, and they're doing a great job, both organizations.
And they
But,
offer training too,
Yeah,
you know.
they have other aspects to it
Yeah.
that drive up their prices, but their prices are substantially higher than ours.
I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Bill, for joining us. Thank you.
No problem, you guys.
Thank you, Director. Thank you.
Good night, everybody. Take care.
Good night, Bill. Thank
Bye.
you. And Madam Clerk, then we will put that on the agenda for March 1st to have this resolution. Well, we're going to take a vote. Sorry. Make
Okay,
a
so
motion?
we have a motion to postpone by Councilwoman Matute Brown. Is there a second?
Was,
Second,
Thank you. Okay, I'll take the vote. Councilwoman Castellino.
I'm gonna vote no because I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
yes,
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And are we going to do
I think
the,
we still have more questions,
Okay.
I believe, right? So I went through mine. I did have a question for Mr. Gross, though, on Resolution 3322. This is for the AED for, defibrillators in public places, additional. Is that something that we would be able to offer to private companies as well, private businesses in town?
Well, this is, I'm not sure I understand exactly.
So I guess it's fresh on my mind because only a week or two ago, my staff, we all received CPR training. And it was recommended that we have an AED, a defibrillator in our center. So, that's why it just struck me that it came up, and I didn't know if this was something that we could extend to other people, because it seems like it would be a better rate.
Is this?
Well, I mean, if you, I guess the question will ultimately become is what's the demand and whether we could meet the demand.
Mm.
And so we certainly could look at that and try to maybe offer something to the public with a per person charge, something of that nature. We can look at that. I'm not sure whether or not, again, I don't know what the demand would be, and I don't know what the savings would ultimately be. We can look at that.
Okay, thank you.
Council President, just to be sure, you referenced 3322? Is that the one that you were referring to? Yeah, right, okay.
3322.
And that's kudos to the fire chief. I think he goes out and looks for grants, and this is $80,000 for the public who's listening. 3322 is the resolution. 80,233.64 is the grant, and the township fire department will have to match it by 10%, which is $8,000. I think that's a great access and great use for our fire department. So kudos to.
Yep.
To our fire chief, Vecchio.
Okay, thank you. So going back to our agenda, are there any other questions? Councilwoman Williams? Oh, you're muted. Sorry.
thank you. I apologize. Thank you, Council President. I did have an additional question on 27-22, the resolution for the Sustainable Jersey grant funded. I know that you added some verbiage to the end of that. However, I wanted to know if we had a proposed location for the retention system.
Sure, and I can forward everyone, if I didn't already, when we were talking about this, we're trying to get the letters of support, the green infrastructure feasibility plan. I can share that with you. There were 5 schools that were selected: Liberty Middle School, Roosevelt Middle School, Kelly Elementary, Redwood, and Washington Street. So the plan is spelled out in the feasibility plan. And those were the 5 schools, just based on the estimated costs of these bioretention systems, that would amount to this range of $10,000. There are most of the schools are in there, and there are other properties that are in there, but the grant cycle is for this particular grant cycle. So we hope if this is successful, that we will be able to tackle some of the other schools.
I'm in the process of obtaining my green certification from the New Jersey League of Municipalities. And one of the most common and favored projects is to do these retention centers with our schools, public facilities. So I was very excited to see that that's moving forward. Thank you. And
So we
my
can continue, oh, sorry, but I just want to say we can continue this conversation because what I have just proposed also is there is a green business registry. And, just talking to the director of Downtown Alliance and with the chamber director, I'm sure that there are businesses in town that are already following best practices, and I would like them to get recognized. So something to be discussed, to be continued. And I'm sorry you had more questions.
Certainly, and 3422 resolution, wanted to know if we already had a project identified for the Complete Streets application.
This really is technical assistance for the whole policy. Mr. Lepore is on. Len, do you want to talk about what the scope of this will be?
Yeah, as you explained, Council President, this is for technical assistance. We went back, looked at our Washington Street corridor, where we do have a TAP grant that we're working on. What we want to do is do a demonstration project to facilitate pedestrian crossings across Washington Street at Whittlesey Avenue and Columbia Street. So we will do some temporary curb bump outs. We'll stripe some crosswalks there, and then we'll have a period of observation to see how this performs. We also then want the county to be aware of this demonstration because very often they're hesitant to allow curb bump outs. But I think here to facilitate pedestrian crossing, it's certainly worthwhile.
Thank you.
Excellent. Mhm. Any other questions on the agenda?
That completes all of my questions, Council President.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino. Oh, you're muted, Michelle.
Just for Mr. Lepore, because, I know you're working on something, but again, I with tabling the resolution tonight for the parking lots, this information has to get to the Downtown Alliance and Director Brill, in that area, so we could, actually have a conversation and know the timing of these projects when you get a moment. All right, we'll catch up tomorrow then.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Any other questions? No. Okay, seeing none.
Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The consent agenda is implemented. Resolutions that were pulled from the agenda, 27-22, resolution of support from the Township of West Orange authorizing the Sustainable Jersey Grant funded by PSE&G as amended. Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Is there a
Second.
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino?
She'll mute it.
Yes, okay, thank you. Councilwoman Matute Brown?
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams?
Yes.
Council President McCartney?
Yes, thank you all.
Okay, and then there's a second resolution, 35-22, resolution authorizing the township to exercise the extension of the agreement with CGPH for Affordable Housing Administrative Services for an additional 1 year period as amended. Is there a motion
Nice.
to approve?
And that was
So
just the
moved.
wordsmith to add that word. Thank you. Second,
Okay. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
yes.
Ordinances on second and final reading. 2673-21, an ordinance amending Chapter 5, Section 34.5 and Chapter 25, Section 24.2 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, licensed cannabis entities. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes, to open the discussion.
Okay.
Ms. Brill.
Or,
Public,
Yeah, Ms. Brill.
I'm sorry, I don't see any members of the public.
Well,
we
we have
should,
to announce that this is the time for public hearing of this ordinance.
Any members of the public wish to speak on this ordinance? Not seeing any.
thank you, Madam Moderator. So as you know that this was the ordinance that was introduced on first reading, it went to the planning board for review. We actually went to the planning board twice. We had the minutes, and when it was finally considered, it was returned back to the council with quite a few questions. I believe everyone received a copy of the report that was submitted. A lot had to do with defining about the definitions and being a little more specific. I think I just want to backtrack a minute because I know that we are looking to, we are seeking this investment and we are looking for that. And we were one of the municipalities in the state that did move forward with this ordinance. And I really do want to hold up because there are things that we need to consider that are not in this ordinance. As a business owner, I want a clear path. As a business owner myself, and my backstory was the same thing, starting a business in town. We're looking for people to invest in town, but they need to know how and when and what they need to do. And 20 years ago, that did not happen for me, which is the reason I'm on the council in the first place. That is what I try to do to help the business owners. So yes, I do appreciate the push for this ordinance to be in our town. And I do want to see investments, but I want to see a clearer picture for people that are doing this investment. So I don't know if you want me to read through this letter that was submitted from the planning board talking about making a distinction as to the permitted districts. It limits retail and medical dispensaries in our B1, B2, and industrial districts, and the word other, which includes cultivation entities, distributors, and manufacturers, only in the industrial district. Do we want to reconsider that? Planning board questions whether other modifications should be made for matters such as parking. So these are all the municipal questions that came up, that we need to look at parking, signs, and the limits on proximities to school and those various cannabis entities. Should the same parking requirements apply for a retail establishment, and should the same regulations apply to a manufacturing concern? There will be differences in those parking regulations and the number of vehicles and customers and loading zones. And there were different questions like that that came up. They raised questions as to the language used in the proposed amendment, as to the proximity of the cannabis entity to, and this was in quotes, any school building owned and operated by the West Orange Board of Education. And the board noted that that left out, there were inconsistencies there, that we note that the definition of school in section 25-4 of the land use regulations defines schools as any building or part that is designed, constructed, or used for education or instruction in any branch of knowledge. The definition further breaks down the types of schools into business, vocational, private school, and public schools. The limitation is proposed in the ordinance to buildings owned and operated by the Board of Education. This is significantly narrower than the definition of schools that is already in our ordinance, and it doesn't address preschool or child care centers, and where would that fit in? But they said in any event, the board's recommendation, one of the recommendations that was made, that the measurement of the distance that is in our proposed ordinance separating cannabis entity from a school be measured from the school property line, not the school building. And then it's still to be determined if it's 100 feet, 200 feet, as regulated by the ABC regulation. And in some ordinances, and I just saw this in Maplewood, that they do have a 500-foot distance. It goes on and on. There's a lot had to do with the parking, and we do have a copy of Irvington's ordinances that we would like to review. And it seemed that Maplewood's application, though I can't find their ordinance, but in their application, it seemed to have answered and addressed all of the questions that have been raised by the planning board. One of the other concerns that was raised at the planning board meeting was mitigating the smell. And that was not addressed in our ordinance. That's where we are with this. I think we have other things to consider, other ordinance to consider. In the Irvington ordinances, what I really appreciated was the first paragraph for cannabis operators. The enabling authority requirements to the section are subject to the enabling authority of the state of New Jersey, are subject to compliance with all statutes and regulations adopted by the state of New Jersey or its instrumentalities. If any provision of the section is inconsistent with the statutes or regulations of the state of New Jersey, state statutes, regulations shall govern. It goes on to list all of their definitions, many more than what we have in ours. And there are also compliance regulations in this ordinance. It just seems so much more thorough. That would help a business owner. And I see a few hands up. So that was the reason why the planning board, those were some of the reasons why the planning board did return this to the council, because there were so many issues that revolved around municipal land use. Councilwoman Matute Brown. I was going to go in alphabetical order, but I know since you were on the advisory board and did.
I absolutely am, as is Councilwoman Castellino, but I saw Councilman Rutherford's hand up first. I'm going to defer to him.
I'm happy to wait and hear your response to some of Council President's comments.
Certainly appreciate that. Thank you, Councilman Rutherford. So I'm a little confused by the questions that the planning board raised, particularly when what went back for revision was the buffer from schools and removing the cost for applications that is included in the ordinance as $500. That way the council can set those fees. What also I'm taken aback by is the fact that we already have an existing ordinance for cannabis that the planning board 2467, I'm sorry, that's the one we're looking at now. Hold on one second, I just had it. Did have an opportunity to review and didn't provide feedback. So I'm a little confused about why this is coming up now and it didn't come up when we passed our initial ordinance that does not have any buffering from schools or other properties. And then also my other question is with respect to parking or some of the other questions as to what's going to be sold. It's a cannabis shop that cannabis will be sold and items to ingest, however it is that's ingested, is going to be sold. We don't require parking for other businesses. So I don't know the question with respect to parking is concerned. And please know that, and this is for the public's benefit, because I feel that by raising the question of the ordinance of Irvington and everything that they had that's inclusive, we did look at several ordinances that were provided by our legal department from neighboring municipalities in both in Essex County and in Hudson County to be able to write the ordinance that was fitting for us. The fact that initially there were no buffers included, and everyone can give kudos to Councilwoman Castellino, who also sits on the task force, who did advocate for the distances from schools at the very least. The initial ordinance doesn't have any buffers from schools. And we did discuss whether or not it should be from the property line or the school line, school building, you know, it's really no difference. I'm completely supportive of it being from the property line of the school itself. But to look at all of the other questions that you asked, if you look at the application does talk about, and this is the first application that everyone applies for, to be able to have a resolution that supports the cannabis applicant. And then that resolution goes with them and the zoning board approval that says that they are in a permitted use to the state. If the state does grant their approval, grant them a license, then they come back to us. And then there's a series of plans that are required, including the smell mitigation of any cultivation shop, security plans. All of that is in the plan for phase 2 of the applications. I don't know. I mean, I did read the letter that was returned by the planning board, but seeing how the purview of what, and I listened to the planning board recording that was provided by the planning board secretary, and several times the planning board members had to be reminded of the purview with which the planning board sat to listen to this ordinance. And that was strictly for what was requested was the buffer from schools. The rest of this, I'm quite confused by why it comes up now and not when we first approved an ordinance to include cannabis businesses in town.
So Councilwoman, well, I just wanted to comment on that. I respectfully disagree with the parking because that is part of municipal land use. And you've mentioned this before that we had already approved this.
Not this. We did include cannabis
in our master plan.
No, the cannabis was taken out of the master plan. That ordinance is 2647-21. It's listed on our website on the Cannabis Task Force Advisory Group page. That's the ordinance that the council approved.
And that ordinance is for the zoning?
That ordinance is for the use, permissible uses, and it does include the zoning in that ordinance.
Mm-hmm. And right, for the cultivation or the retail, right, the whole list of things.
Yes.
Yes. So what the planning board is now looking at municipal land use, and yes, and the buffer, but so many more questions came up. And and I don't understand when you're talking about phases, because I think I would want a business owner that's ready to invest in town to have a clear picture of what it is they need to do and not wait for amendments or phases.
They're not waiting for amendments. What we are waiting for is to be very selective. So we don't know how many applicants are going to come here and apply. But before they can apply for a state license, they have to have a resolution from us. Mm-hmm. That resolution does not guarantee that they will be able to open a business here. So that's just the first step. It's a resolution supporting the application. to the state. We would have done due diligence before that is even provided. But once they go to the state, they will have to come back to the township. So that's the phase two. It's not that we won't have a vision or an understanding of what their complete business plan is. And this is something that we discussed during the task force meeting or the meetings as to how this process will work for us, because we want to be able to be competitive. We don't want to just give out a letter or a resolution to the first applicant that comes by. We want to be able to scrutinize those applications. And we may have 3 applicants that come in and we like all 3, but one might, come back with a license from the state, or 2 may come back with a license from the state. That still doesn't guarantee that they will do business here in the township. So
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino. Yes, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I was
Okay, I'm sorry. Finish, please.
thank you, because I was still talking when you said thank you. I just think that it's important to understand that at this point, delaying this further only hurts the fact that we don't have a buffer in the ordinance. Because if you look at ordinance 2647, it does allow for cannabis businesses to exist. That ordinance is our ordinance. So in receiving applications now, that's the ordinance that's guiding. And the reason why we wanted this to go before the planning board, and the planning board holds special meetings all of the time. We didn't ask for a special meeting, we waited. But at the end of the day, those who are applying now for cannabis licenses are going to be applying under the currently existing ordinance that does allow them as specified in those zones. So I just want to be clear that we do have an existing ordinance and they can apply under those. And the only thing that this existing ordinance does not include is the buffer. It does include the $500 fee application, not the buffer. And because we've advertised it, because we've shared that ordinance with the ad, not this one, but the one that's currently existing, 2467, with the RFA, that's what they're going to be applying for. And if it doesn't have the 100 feet buffer at this time, that's what they're going to rely on. So when I tried to explain to you that we do have an ordinance that currently exists, and further delay is only going to hinder the process and likely jeopardize the township, that's not something that I'm willing to do.
Okay. Thank you for your
Done now.
position.
Thank you.
Yes. Councilwoman Castellino.
Did Councilman Rutherford want to go first? I'm sorry, I raised my hand, but I know your hand was raised first, so it's up to you.
And so they all popped up.
That's all right. Thank you, Councilwoman Castellino, Council President. So just 2 quick comments. I'm not interested in delaying this any more than absolutely necessary. I understand that the planning board's next meeting is after our next council meeting, so that certainly does provide an inconvenience and may require a special meeting. I want to just publicly register my disappointment that we currently do not have any buffer zone around churches or synagogues or houses of worship of any type. I thought that I understand that there's a difficulty in town with regard to the buffer that's already been provided by schools. But I do think at the very least we need smoke-free zones or some other type of buffer for those, certainly the dispensary businesses around houses of worship. Now, how we get there, that's another story. But that's, I think, where we need to be. I think we need to take, given how many houses of worship we have and how many people of faith we have in this town, I think we need to take those concerns into consideration, and they have certainly been voiced in the task force meetings as well as to individual council people. So not trying to delay, but I think that is critical if we're going to honor what the community needs as we move forward with cannabis businesses in our town. And then the second thing was, I understand the difficulty you're having, Councilwoman Matute Brown, as the chair of the task force, with delaying this further. But to the specific point the planning board brought up about the definition of schools, I think that's going to pose us a problem. So we certainly are going to need some clarity there. I understand we have many private schools in town, and they should be considered as well. So I wanted to offer my support in that regard, but also want, for what the planning board has stated specifically with regard to schools, but also offer my support to the chair of the task force in doing whatever we can to expedite getting the clarity and getting the people together in the same room at the same time so that we can still move forward. I hope my comments have been clear. If not, I'm happy to clarify. Thank you.
I just wanted to respond to Councilman Rutherford's concerns about the houses of worship and then the clearer definition of the schools and preschools. And obviously, yes, we know that was something that you have advocated for publicly and at task force meetings. One of the conversations that we continuously have is the lack of inventory. If we buffer all schools, and alone the Board of Ed has 12 buildings. If we buffer all private schools or pre-K buildings, all educational institutions, and all churches and houses of worship, we may as well not have a business, a cannabis industry in town. There is just no way to offer the establishment of a cannabis industry in town, thereby providing another revenue stream, because there just is no room. So that has been the discussion. And then the chief of police sits on our task force, as well as Mark Moon, who is the attorney. He's not a task force member, but he does sit on our meetings and does provide legal background information. One of the conversations, and Chief, I see if you're still on, if you can jump on, that'd be great. One of the conversations that we've had about the smoke-free zones, and we did amend the ordinance for smoke-free zones. So it did include all public spaces, anything that's owned by the municipality, and no smoking in parks. We included that as well. One of the concerns the chief had in that regard, Chief, and I won't speak for you, I'll just cue you in here, was respect to, people walking by and having, smoking. What happens then? Chief, if you can, I just want to give a background, because there are, now 18 people from the public here listening. I want them to have a full understanding of the discussions that we've had and why we've chosen the path that we've chosen.
So, we in the police department are attempting to build bridges, especially with communities of color. And the whole cannabis movement is predicated upon a social justice movement. The last thing we want to do is have an unintended consequence of more confrontations with the police and members of communities of color. And I think that creating these smoke-free zones is going to have that very unintended consequence. And that's what we're trying to avoid. It's one thing to say you can't smoke marijuana anywhere where you can't smoke a cigarette, such as a park or a school, public buildings, inside facilities, and so on. But to start designating areas that are in the public domain, such as sidewalks and such, and then expected to be enforced by the police, I think it's a pitfall that we have to very cautiously avoid.
So those were, go ahead, Councilman, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'd like to respond to that. So I'm completely sensitive to that, and I thank you, Chief, for that feedback. One, I don't know that enforcement of any smoke-free zones should be done by police at all. I think that's a separate conversation. We're talking about policing smoking in public spaces like parks. When it's legal, and I know it's newly legal, I think using police may not be the best solution for that problem. And I understand that police departments around the state are wrestling with how to police marijuana in general, or marijuana usage. So that certainly does require some additional thought. But to Councilwoman Matu Brown's point about not having spaces, I don't know where the maps are, and I've not seen the maps. So maybe I missed it in my email, or maybe some public place. And I understand that there was a map at some point in time. I've just not seen the map that has the overlay of where these spaces would be allowed. But I think, having all of them marked and then working our way back to what is a safe distance that allows for some space is at least an approach that we could take, which would at least consider the thoughts and the concerns of, and it's not just, there's some folks in town that don't want people to walk down Main Street smoking, doesn't matter where it is. But it at least take into account some of those concerns. And even if we ultimately decide as a body not to make those changes, I think the incorporation of those voices and concerns in the debate is important. Certainly, if we're going to have an ordinance or a business that is sustained without, people continuing to complain week after week or year after year about, how that business is actually operated. I think the work up front will mitigate some of that. So, to both of those points, I don't know that police are the right ones to police the smoking piece. And then perhaps that's better rested in the health department. And I think if we work our way backwards from what the map looks like with everything that we have that has been suggested to be protected in one way or another, and then find a safe distance that will still allow us some space to have dispensaries. And by the way, my piece is really my suggestion with regard to the buffer zone around houses of worship is really specifically in regard to dispensaries. It is not in regard to a manufacturing facility, a cultivator. It's in regard specifically to dispensaries and or consumption lounges. I'm just saying that generally speaking, I know what those are the two licenses. I know. I just want to be clear. Those are the only two licenses where you will see individuals purchase a product and then be tempted to smoke right away. And that's really what the concern is. It's not about someone having it delivered to their home. It's not about someone having a 100,000 square foot grow area or manufacturing facility or distribution or delivery. It is only with regard to the quality of life for those folks that are trying to enter or exit churches, houses of worship, schools, pick up their children from school, and have to have uncomfortable conversations at a time that they don't want to. That's my
Councilman
comment.
Rutherford, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your comment. And I did not read this paragraph, I'm sorry, from the planning board letter, that we did review maps, but in this paragraph, it says that the board is mindful that having these limits will result on limitations on the net effect of the zoning properties. We don't want to render them useless. Therefore, we have requested the board's planner to provide us with a map that shows the placement of schools within the township and their boundaries in the lines, on the boundary lines in the B1, B2, and the industrial districts. The schematics presented in section 4.6.2 of the revised general ordinance of township pertain to drug-free school zones so that the board may study the effects of limits on distances to schools in those pertinent zones. So we are looking at that map. The overlay that you just mentioned, we didn't have that. We did have a map that was provided with the ordinance, but now we do want to look at those zones. And to the other point you made, we did have that discussion about the house of worship at the planning board level. And just reading from the Maplewoods application, they have a note that the proposed location shall be no closer than 500 feet from the primary entrance of the nearest school or private K through 12 school, 200 feet from the private entrance of the nearest house of worship, and 1,000 feet from the primary entrance of another cannabis retail establishment. That discussion we didn't have, but we are looking at the map so that we can see that we are not going to render the industry useless. Councilwoman Castellino.
I'm sorry, can I just say one thing on that Maplewood ordinance?
Yeah.
Maplewood is, I believe, 4 square miles.
Mhm.
And if they can provide some level of consideration for houses of worship within their 4, we should be able to provide some within our 12. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And that's exactly the point I was trying to make, that I think if someone's trying to invest in town, they need a clearer understanding of what's expected of them. Councilwoman Castellino.
Okay, so sitting on the task force, I appreciate everyone with their comments. It's been an interesting process. And I want to start off first, Councilwoman Tu Brown has put so much time and effort into this.
To be commended.
Yeah, you definitely, and it's a lot because,
Mhm.
the state didn't help us.
No.
They threw this to us with a short time limit. Which if we go back to the summer with the time limit, I was asking everybody, not to move forward and do this when we were a little further down the road. But I know everybody wanted to get this started. Now, and I think some of the frustration and defense of the planning board that, Councilman McCartney does a great job sitting on. If you remember all your emails, they're all new members. Like the past couple months, you have a lot of new members sitting on that planning board. So I'm sure that's, new people reading this and more pairs of eyes, which, I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. It helps us to see things because we want this to be, tight. We want to make sure that we did have ordinances in the beginning, but again, those were ordinances that other municipalities were trying to get in under the clock. And then now you have other municipalities, that took a little bit more time and are putting theirs up. And I guess some of the members have read it. And I don't think we should shy away from some of the information that they present to us. However, we are faced with a dilemma this evening. And I want to ask Mr. Kaiser a couple questions in regards to this property line issue. Like, how far can we amend this evening? Because if you recall, I was concerned with this a couple meetings ago when this first came on first reading, and everybody decided to kick it to the planning board, and now the planning board kicked it back. This is like, this ordinance of political football. Let's call it what it is, So in the spirit of that, Mr. Kaiser, how far can we amend it this evening? Like, I know as far as the feet, can we change how many feet? Can we change the language to property line? Can we add the church in at this point? I mean, or do we have to do an amendment at the next meeting?
Look, I'm prepared to talk about this, but I think in the first instance, I see Rich Trank is on the meeting, and I don't know. I mean, his office, Mark Moon, prepared the ordinance, so I'm a little concerned about jumping the gun myself. And if Rich wants to chime in, I hope he's listening.
Well, I think Mr. Moon too, also, who is, again, we worked from,
Nothing.
we worked
Okay,
from the ground
look.
up with this.
Look, this is the concern I have. When you have an ordinance that impacts chapter 25, you have to give the planning board an opportunity to chime in, to review it and consider the changes and so forth. And I'm a little frustrated with the planning board because I think they could have had a special meeting. I don't know if they could have had one in time so that you could consider this tonight, but they certainly could have had one so that it could be considered in 2 weeks from now instead of further delay. And that's a little frustrating, and maybe they still can have a special meeting within the next 2 weeks and resolve that issue. Certainly some of the things that they talked about they had reasonable questions, I think. So I'm just hesitant to, without Mr. Moon's input or Mr. Trank's input, since I had nothing to do with this ordinance, I didn't prepare it, and I'm not fully familiar with the very lengthy state statute regarding the cannabis law. I'm hesitant to chime in beyond this, but clearly Chapter 25 requires, or the municipal land use law requires that the planning board submit its recommendations or its concerns within 35 days of referral. I assume, I don't know what date they were referred this, but that 35 days may be up. And we've got back, a response that raises a lot of questions. And I don't know, it'd be good to answer those questions if we could, I think.
Well, okay, so just to add to this conversation, from Councilwoman Matu Brown's point, we are, unprotected once the application process opens up for the dispensaries. Now, the cultivation applications opened up, they're in the industrial zone. So we're protected there for now because unless a decision is made to change the ordinance further. So, that's why I'm recommending what can we amend tonight to pass, and then we could add additional amendments at the next meeting with the recommendations from the zoning board. Now here's another issue, which I did write down and remembered from our last task force meeting from Mr. Moon. So you have someone that applies and they're going to read the current ordinance. And then again, we always have the right to amend it. So if we're going to do an amendment, it has to be done immediately, because I think those applications come online, March 15th?
The retail dispensary, yes, the retail does, March 15th.
So here's our dilemma. So if we could amend.
Point of order.
Well, I just want to
Yes,
finish
please.
making my point.
Oh, Councilwoman, you just muted yourself. Please finish. Councilwoman Castellino, you just muted yourself, and we wanted to hear the rest of your comments.
Thank you. Sorry, I have my ordinance hitting the computer. We at least have to get the amount of feet squared away, and I can't see why that should be an issue. I don't think that's so far from the intent of what we're trying to do with this ordinance. Because I would like to, again, make sure that we have something tonight.
Okay, so some of the changes you're talking about may well be material changes that would require us to start over again anyway. That concerns me. And more importantly, if you change the number of feet, the real question is, what opportunities are you taking away altogether? One of the questions raised by the board was, and I don't remember exactly the words, but was you can't zone into inutility. So if you put too many foot restrictions into this ordinance, you may well have a situation, because we have churches everywhere and schools everywhere. We have public schools, private schools, and so forth. So those definitions do make a difference, or they would seem to make a difference. You could have a situation where you have very, very limited spaces where you can put these kinds of businesses, and they may not be appropriate for those businesses. So it just, without the maps, it's a problem.
And that's why we put that in the letter.
Mr. Moon on the line for tonight's meeting. Can someone see if we can get Mark Moon on the line?
Well, whether we get Mr. Moon or not,
Right.
my concern is, okay, schools, churches, if that's important to myself, that's important to Councilman Rutherford and many other parents and residents in the community. Okay, we have less dispensaries. We said from the very beginning, this is not, unless you do cultivation and manufacturing, the revenue stream is very light for the township, very light for the township. But yet the impact on our children in the community may not be. So I mean, I think we need to be mindful of, you know, if it gives a comfort level to our parents and our residents to have a certain amount of feet away, I think that's important.
I still think we have to be mindful that we're talking about medicinal use, not recreational use.
No, this is recreational. This is recreational use. It's not just medicinal use.
Okay, my apologies.
Yeah, yeah.
But I do agree that we really do need to see a map overlay. I am very clear about what's available in our I sections in town. And currently there are no properties that are suitable or available for cultivation. Thankfully, we haven't had anyone request an application for cultivation. But again, utility is important. We have to see what's available in our municipality so that we are not excluding licenses that we've approved.
The planning board will meet again on March 2nd. Unfortunately, it is the day after the next council meeting, and then the council meeting will meet, our next meeting will be on March 15th.
Council President, can I ask, is Mr. Greigel working on a map? Or
Yes, that was in the letter.
does he have any indication when he's going to be finished with that map?
No. I can call him in the morning, but no, I don't know.
But why are we waiting for the planning board again? I mean, we have your comments. I mean, no disrespect, but we have enough here that if we want to either amend or to revise, you know, I don't understand, like we have the comments. Are they giving us more comments or?
Like, the comments are questions that haven't been answered that relate to chapter 25 of the municipal land use.
And I have to say, and so here's my question. And I know Councilwoman Castellino, I'm going to just interrupt myself. I do see, Councilman, your note in the chat that some are having difficulty getting on Zoom. I just want to make sure whoever wanted to be on is on. Megan, are you?
Yes, I'm here, and there's
the link that's online that isn't operating. I've already contacted
It's not
her.
operating?
It was not operating.
Oh, okay.
That's for
the
our
link
prior.
that's the link that I sent to Mark and I sent to somebody else to get into the meeting. So the link is working. It's the link that's on the agenda.
No,
It
the
appears
link
that
that's
Mr.
on
Moon
the,
is on the meeting, so.
Mark is on now.
Mark is on as a panelist, but I think Councilman.
Mark, excuse me, I'm sorry. Mark was given the public link and I moved him over as a panelist. He was
Okay.
not on the original scheduled agenda, so he couldn't get in as an original panelist.
all right, but the link that's on the West Orange website is for the February 1 meeting. And so folks that are using that link cannot get into this meeting.
They should use the link that's on the agenda.
Well, how do they see the agenda?
See the agenda.
On the agenda, it's
The
the
town
last
council.
part.
Mhm.
It's something that council president added to the agenda.
So
in
the link,
January.
But but it's it should be on the township website as well. It's
Well,
on our agenda.
it's not, they're saying it's the old link, February 1st link.
I'm not responsible for the link, so I don't know.
No.
Who sends the link? I would send the link to Sherry to upload the notice to the website.
That's what happens.
And I'm also being told that the February 1st link is on the agenda, and that doesn't work as well.
That's the link I sent to everybody.
I don't know what you're going to do, Council President, but I don't want anyone to accuse us of that. Not allowing.
No, that was not the intent, right?
No, I know it's not. But
Unintended consequences, no.
So I'm hearing some people are able to access it and to help Megan out. What I'm going to do is copy the webinar ID and password from the agenda and send it to some folks that have texted me. Apparently, I've gotten a message that some folks have been able to access it. We do see that there
We do
are
see people that are here,
people that
so
are participating.
Yeah,
I don't
there's a
know
lot
where
of-
the
Yeah.
disconnect is.
there's a disconnect somewhere because there are 18 people that
Yeah.
are able to access it.
Councilman Rutherford, are you sending your personal link or the general link?
No,
No.
The general link.
you said the meeting ID, yeah.
Yeah, we have a lot of people on here, and they've been on all night. I've been checking it.
Yeah, so I don't know what.
But when you go to the westorange.org website, it does actually say 2-1 in the instructions. I know we've kind of disrupted the flow of the conversation. I'm trying to work it out for the folks that have reached out to me. I just sent an email. I'm sending another one in a second.
So Madam Clerk or John Gross or Megan, is there any way to get this posted?
There's no way that we have access to the website now.
On the agenda, the public agenda, excuse me, is that link correct? The one that's up on the website?
I can look now.
Yeah, can you look at that,
Because
Megan?
people got in, they had to click
Right.
on somewhere.
Yeah.
Right.
So if you go on to, I was able to send it to some people who asked me in the earlier part of the meeting. You have to go onto the township website. You have to highlight and copy the link. The link then asks you, once you paste it, to put in the passcode. Normally, that's not how it functions.
Mhm.
You're normally able to click right on that link and get into the Zoom meeting. So I've had at least 4 phone text messages of people asking me how to get into the meeting. And I texted Megan about that initially. So if Mr. Rutherford, Councilman Rutherford, is indicating the same, then we might not be able to identify where the disconnect is, but clearly we have one.
Mhm.
Mr.
Megan, is the right link on the agenda?
It's not letting me compare because I'm in the meeting.
Oh,
This is why we have to go back to council chambers. Just saying, just saying.
I'm looking forward to that. I actually am.
Okay, well, we've deviated. I think that,
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, Council President, that's in your lap, but Mark Moon is here and hi, Mark, welcome.
Hello.
There were you copied on the response letter from the planning board?
I did receive a copy of their comments and I did get a chance to take a look at them. In fact, many of the issues that they raised were things that we had actually discussed previously. The Cannabis Commission had discussed. So I'm not really sure, is this, do you need me to go through the?
No, I don't need you to go through
You're
everything.
saying that you just, Mark,
discussed.
let me just ask, you're saying that you discussed it, but is it something that we're willing to put forward for this ordinance? That's what we're saying, that the
Okay.
ordinance.
So what I was gonna respond, Council President, because you interrupted me again, was the fact that we discussed it and decided that where we are is where we need to be. So we did discuss the churches and the buffer for the churches. And again, that was something that we decided not to do because we continue to, and I listened to Chairman Bagoff say, you cannot, oh my God, Ken just said the terminology, which I thought.
Utility, inutility,
Yes.
to render it useless.
You can't render it useless. If we start to put buffer zones around every school building, not just school-owned buildings, but every church, we're not going to have any inventory, and then we're going to have a problem. And I want to also stress this. I respect and understand personal ideologies and beliefs. However, when I hear conversations sometimes that we have about our kids, this is something that has changed. This is now legal. It is not legal for children or 18-year-olds to even go into a dispensary to be able to walk out with, and neither do I think that they can afford it, because if you look at the prices of the cannabis that these retail dispensaries and medicinal sell, the kids aren't going to be buying from there. That's just a given. And for the general public, I have taken a tour of the dispensary in Maplewood, and they sell pre-rolled marijuana cigarettes at $25 each. I don't know what high school kid's gonna pay for that. So I do come from a place where my children are now adults, but it's not something that really concerns me, that the kids are gonna walk out of school, walk across the street, or in the high school, or walk across the street and are able to gain access to these facilities. I also, again, the conversation with the chief of police about the smoking and that, in public places, I've been advocating for cannabis for over 2 years now. And the first time I encountered it at the ShopRite parking lot, I was surprised and taken aback. People just, but that's where we are today. So I think that we need to be very cautious in we committed to making cannabis an industry, another stream of revenue. We have to make sure that we are not setting ourselves up for something that that might turn around and bite back. There is a micro business cultivator that I understand applied yesterday. So we have to deal with that. That's something that we're going to have to discuss. And that application is made based upon the ordinances that are currently existing. And that ordinance does not have a buffer zone. So to Councilwoman Castellino's point, if we pass this, or if we don't pass this ordinance tonight, the existing ordinance that is on our township website, again, it's 2647, will be the governing ordinance, and that doesn't have any buffers. So my question again, and so was Councilwoman Castellino's, how much can we change in this ordinance without making it a substantive change and starting the process all over again? So I think Councilwoman Castellino, if you're talking about additional feet for a buffer, right? Instead of 100, 200. Mark, if we change that, is that a substantive change? Do we start the process all over again?
And add the words property line from.
School building.
School building.
Okay, so two different things. I think the changing the language to property lines is more of a clarification, not a substantive change, right? It's not. Once we start talking about distance, that I think that becomes a little bit more trickier. I do want to address something. When I reviewed the comments from the planning board, it seemed like they were framing the issue, but there wasn't a clear sort of recommendation there, in that the report basically expressed concerns regarding this idea of zoning out the use altogether. In its essence, saying if we have buffers to too many places, we're not going to allow it anywhere, so it eliminates it. But at the same time, there was questions about why can't we expand it to other facilities as well. So to me, it didn't read as if the planning board was making a specific recommendation. It was more that they were framing the issue. And quite frankly, it's an issue that has been sort of, again, as you can see, when the initial resolution was drafted, these were discussions that were ongoing as well. So essentially 100 was kind of, I want to say, negotiated distance, but again, it comes down to how the council wants to proceed. If they want to extend it, we would have to sort of reapply the ordinance and change that. But again, that's what the governing body is tasked to do. So it's all depends on what you guys choose to do.
So Mark, when I prefaced the meeting by saying that, just reading from the letter from the planning board, is that we were looking for a clearer picture for the person that is looking to invest. We're saying, yes, our ordinance is welcoming people to invest in our town, but what is it that they need to do? So all of this that came back from the planning board is trying to address those issues.
Well, as far as the buffer goes, it's,
Well, just on the buffer, right? That was
Right.
questionable too, which is why we've asked the planner. We did have maps that you shared with us and that were shared with the advisory task force. And now using those maps, we're asking the planner to put that overlay zone so we can see what these,
Sure.
what the radiuses are that we can discuss. And to your point, that we don't want them to be rendered useless.
Right.
So it's still a question.
As far as procedurally of what an applicant has to do, all of that, the procedures that were set up in the original ordinance that was passed this past summer. The application process was kind of spelled out.
Okay, but let me ask you a question even about parking, where one of the definitions was about a retail or for cultivation.
Right.
Though if there's two, wouldn't they would require different parking regulations? And that wouldn't be clear. That's not clear.
Well, no, the understanding was that they would fall under the default requirements of any retail establishment. So the fact that retail businesses have a set of parking requirements, those will be applied to retail cannabis. So essentially treating it like any other type of business. As far as manufacturing, same thing. The parking requirements in the industrial zone would apply as far as to any sort of other factory or whatnot. Whether there's a desire to create specific parking requirements for cannabis businesses, that's obviously something that this governing body can legislate, but that wasn't contemplated when the original ordinance was prepared.
Right. Again, leaving it unclear for someone that's trying to invest. I see a lot of hands up. Mhm. Still unclear. Council, where should I begin? Councilwoman Castellino?
Just real quick for Mr. Moon. So, you mentioned our last task force meeting, somebody goes to apply. So somebody puts in an application today, they're going by our existing ordinance, or when they put in the application when it comes back from the state, like this is the initial step for them. So I just want to be clear how much clear time that we have to iron all these issues out.
So as of now, the only request for application that was issued was for cultivators and manufacturers. As Councilwoman Matu Brown had mentioned, that we did receive an applicant. So at this point, that application for resolution, they also require a certification from our planning department saying that that property complies with the zoning requirements. Now, in this instance, it's not really an issue because zoning wise is the cultivators and manufacturers are limited to industrial zones, not an area of schools in the industrial zone per se, but we're leading up to the issuance of a RFA for the retail. That's where it's really going to come into play. And I think the state application process for retail licenses starts in, I believe it's a month, like less than a month. It's coming up. And that's really where the issue is going to really come up. So part of it depends on how long it takes for the town to issue, to finalize the RFA and release it. But I will say that state licensing is going to be opening soon.
And then my next question is for tonight's ordinance, if we decide to utilize it and to amend it again, if we change the number of feet, we describe add in the language with the property line. Now, can we add, I know I'll let Councilman Rutherford ask his question. His concern is with the churches and the parks. Also, another concern that came up, usually the definition with ABC law is from school building, but also schools are considered preschool and childhood centers. Does that language get added here at this point? So again, how far can we go tonight and pass it if we all agree? And then, and then we can move forward with amendments. Now, there's one thing, again, I don't need an answer right now, but one of the things that stuck out in my mind, especially if you ever want to have a conversation about cultivation and moving it out of, or expanding the district where it is now. We didn't really address smell. That I recall in our ordinance, aroma. So that the planning board made a good point with that. And I think that is something that we need to address eventually. Not tonight, obviously, because that would change the ordinance too much. So I just wanted to bring that point to you all.
Thank you. And
Thank you.
Councilwoman, I wanted to say that also came up from the public, that we did listen to the public during the planning board, and that was addressed to mitigate the smell. And we do see it in both the application in Maplewood and in the other Irvington ordinance.
Yes, so we always amend. We always talk about amending our ordinances. So I
just don't like to operate that way. I just want a clearer picture. Someone's going to invest in town. They need to know what's the right step in the right direction, as opposed to changing it midstream or amending things.
Well, as long as we're protected before those, because I'm telling you now, once March 15th, those applications open up, we're getting flooded with them. So we need to have this tight. If we need extra meetings, all this has to be tight,
I thought I thought things were being delayed on the state level. Councilman Rutherford.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to follow up just for my own understanding with Councilwoman Castellino's initial question. It seems to me that because this industry is so new, there will likely be changes over the course of time.
Yeah.
So if someone applies under one set of rules, are they going to be grandfathered under those rules if we make changes down the road? And if that's not the case, which I would expect that not to be the case, then why can't we, agree to table some of these things, make the changes down the road as needed?
I know.
Right? Like, how is that not, I understand. Yeah. Look, I'm advocating for a distance, some safe spaces around houses of worship. We may not get that tonight. Doesn't mean the fight is over, right?
Mhm.
Doesn't mean the debate is over. So, how does that play out? If we issue RFAs on March 15th, which is, I think, the earliest we could, and then subsequent to that, we decide to change the ordinance for any reason, how would that affect the initial applicants?
I can address this. So yes, we can change, obviously, the zoning requirements can get formally changed by ordinance. But the way that the application process has been set up, there's also criteria that both the advisory task force as well as the council can use in evaluating the merits and weighing and scoring of potential applicants, right? So if, for example, obviously a property that's located not anywhere near specific things like schools or whatnot, while they're absolutely barred under the ordinance for 100 feet, you could also weigh them criteria-wise more favorably if they're not in one of those areas, and sort of evaluative and qualitatively penalize those that are closer to those things. So, and again, the ordinance creates that flexibility, because at the end of the day, that's why we have two approval processes, one in the beginning and one at the end, because besides zoning, the location of where these applicants are going to be is going to play into whether or not you as a council issue a resolution of local support, and at the end whether you as a council approve a cannabis license to operate. So yes, while zoning will always be something that we'll constantly be looking at and seeing and updating as need be, if this council says and expresses the opinion that we do not want these facilities near X number of feet of certain areas, while it will take time for an ordinance to be adopted for that, the evaluation process, it can be reflected in the evaluation process. That's a way of sort of applying those principles and values or in this application process.
I am completely in favor of that. I mean, that I think, we do have a process that is ongoing. And licenses are being issued, and to the councilwoman, to the chair of the Cannabis Commission's comments earlier, we don't want to, I don't agree that the revenue will be minimal to the town. I think the revenue could be significant to the town. And I don't want to miss out on that. That's a large reason, that's a big part of the reason why I'm supportive. So, if there's a way to move forward and incorporate my concerns, Councilwoman McCartney's concerns, Councilwoman Castellino's concerns into the evaluation process, that might be a way to kind of split the baby. Am I not saying that right? Am I missing something there?
Councilman, I hear what you're saying, but what Mark just said raises even more questions, because if you're saying there's going to be an evaluation and a criteria, where is that? Will anyone know what everyone will know what that criteria is and what they're being evaluated on?
Yeah,
It sounded arbitrary to me.
No, it's part of the application, but the only question I had with what Mr. Moon just stated was that you can be evaluated if you're in the zone. If you're not in the zone and you own a property and you're putting in an application for cannabis, how can that be if you're not in the zone?
No, yeah, zoning, yeah, if the property's not in the right zoning district, you can't even apply, but that's not.
Okay,
right.
Maybe I just missed something you said, but okay.
So we're only talking about industrial zones for all types of categories of uses and business zones for retail spaces.
Okay. But, sorry, Councilwoman, are you done?
Well, it sounds like you heard the same thing I heard, but go ahead and finish.
Okay, let's see who's on first. So again, Mr. Moon, so I'm a business owner. I'm going to buy a building where I think it's zoned for. And then we amend our ordinance where now I'm too close to the school. In the beginning of this is what I mean, this has to be cleaned up with that. I don't, the other little things, that parking spots and all that stuff could come later. As far as how many feet from the school, if I'm looking to buy a building, needs to be determined now. I mean, myself and Councilwoman Williams is in real estate. I mean, you plan, you buy, you put a bid in. That's what I mean. I don't know if we change something to that nature and someone comes back and say, well, I went to start the process to buy this building thinking I was in the zone. I know there isn't a guarantee and we clearly state that, but that's why I'm a little hesitant tonight not to approve this with an amendment of how many feet and do what we need to do with extra meeting to get this situated before we open up that application process. I think we're putting ourselves in a bad position.
Councilwoman, to your point, I wanted to say that the planning board meeting, it says in our letter that the planning board intends on continuing its review the proposed amendment and this ordinance at the next regular meeting on March 2nd, which is only a week away. So I don't see why we can't wait. We will have the map. We will be able to see the overlay. We will able to see the radius around all of those sites that are on our map. I don't see why we can't wait till March 2nd so that this debate, we could have all of these questions answered by then.
Is it possible for us to request that the planning board have a special meeting and that this map overlay be provided so that we can actually have a vote by this body at our next meeting? I mean, I don't.
It's only 1 week. I don't know.
I
It would only be 1
understand
week.
that it's 1 week, but 1 week, it again, and it's 2 weeks because today is February 15th. What our concern is that with us not having a clear path, as you have indicated, and some questions, we don't want to, I think all of us do not want to delay this process and start over from scratch. We have some clear deadlines. March 15th is when the application opens for additional licenses that we are going to approve. What we don't want to do is delay income possibilities and potential in our municipality. And I understand that you can't go into this or that we have some guidelines that are down, but we also have to be clear and understand that if you're going to make these kinds of investments and risks, it is still a risk because there's no guarantee that you're going to get state license, and there's no guarantee that you're going to get a license from this municipality. So there is risk all the way around with the way this is being created, handled, and will continue to be handled in the state. We also, I think it'd be mindful for us to realize that even though it is licensed in the state of New Jersey, we still don't have federal licensing yet. So there are issues, it's always going to be modified, it's always going to be changed. But what I am really intent on as the community of West Orange is that we be as ready as we can be on March 15th. We know that applications are going to come in. So if right now we've heard Mr. Moon say that we can clearly identify what we want to change, and that's permissible, not a substantive change, then I advocate and I implore that you, as my council colleagues, let's do what we have to do to be prepared now. If we want to go back and make some additional amendments so that we are better able to advise residents on what the process is, there's still some other options that we can do so that we don't have to start from the beginning or so that we can continue to move forward tonight. Even if we're talking about process and application process and guidelines, we can supplement that. It doesn't have to become an official document, but we can certainly have a spreadsheet or some kind of type of directive or a checklist even where we say, these are the things that you're going to need. It doesn't have to necessarily be a part of the application.
We have that though.
Okay, well, I mean, so again, we can move forward. We can continue to amend without having to stop tonight.
Mr. Gross, you did have your hand up. Did you want to comment?
I have my hand up, Council President.
Okay, I did see John's up before.
John, do you want to go before me? Is your hand up?
You go right ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'll defer to you, John. I'll defer to you.
He's gonna try to stay out of it if he could.
I'll defer to you, John.
No, all I was going to add is that if this is not left or right or one or the other, if you adopt what you have now, at least come the 15th, you'll have something, some limitations adopted. And then if you work diligently to update it and to get all the way down the road or get a better one done. The legal minds can tell me if I'm wrong on this, but if you don't adopt this ordinance, I don't think you'll have any new ordinance for the 15th. Be almost impossible, just from a timeline perspective.
Yeah.
First reading and second reading.
Yeah.
So it would be the 15th.
Plus advertisement. Yeah. People forget about that.
Yeah, this is absurd.
So I, it's just, look, I see and I hear where everybody wants to go in different directions or different priorities. But it doesn't have to be, you don't have to make all the decisions at once. And I think the reason my hand went down is I started to hear you all saying that, but that's basically what I was saying is you could do this in a 2 or a 3 stage process, if necessary.
Thank you, John. I think what I heard Council President say, she doesn't like to do things that way. And I understand that. And I want to go back a little bit because when I hear council presidents say, well, this is, not here and this is not there, this task force has met several times for hours on it, 3-4 hours. And I have spent hundreds of hours researching, creating a Google document that I've shared with everyone, application processes, when the RFA goes out, all of that information will be there. My question to you, Council President, is do you have these same questions for when Willow and Olivia opened up? What type of, this is a business like any other business. We can't look at ABC regulations. We cannot look at everything else that you don't look at other businesses, because then you're targeting this particular business. It is a legal business. We're not asking Gia from Willow and Olivia what kind of flour she's using to bake. This is not that. This is a business. We do have an application to go through when the time is right. And we decided as a task force not to put everything out before it was ready, so that everyone who was a potential applicant would apply at the same time and have the same fair amount of time to gather the information that they needed. I don't think this is the second time that the planning board has pushed this off. And
No, that's not fair. Sorry, but that's not fair.
This is the second time the planning board took no action. Am I incorrect?
Oh, it is, because the planning board was requesting minutes from the task force that we didn't have. So we did not have anything to review. So
Okay,
we wanted to hear a broader discussion.
So again, the meetings are public. You could join. Councilwoman Williams joins. I mean,
I did.
Minutes were not provided because we didn't have them prepared at the time. They were provided at that time. But two meetings.
Which is why we couldn't take action.
But our minutes have nothing to do with answering your questions. If you had questions the first time it went to the planning board, you could have emailed me and the task force would have answered them. But you didn't do that. This is the second time this is kicked back from the planning board with zero action. I'm ready to move on this, and I am perfectly content with the fact that we can continue to amend the ordinance as we go along. But kicking this down the road to deal with it, in a week, it's not a week. It's more like 3 weeks. And by then, the application from the state would have been released. And then what? Everybody will be applying with, I'm going to say it again, because Council President, it's 2647. That's the ordinance that clearly states the zoning, where we are allowing retail, what we are allowing. That ordinance presently exists. So we have a guiding document already. This other ordinance that you're looking at is to govern those practices. So if we don't pass this, then we still have an ordinance that exists. And I'm perfectly fine moving ahead with that ordinance. Like I said, we did receive already a micro business application for cultivation with the ordinance that we have that exists. So if the council does not want to act, and I know that it's not that you don't want to act, there are a lot of things that we can take and continue to modify. I see John's balloons that just distracted me in the background. Happy Valentine's Day, everyone. I'm going to, I see Councilman Rutherford's hand up. I was going to make a motion to move for a vote at this time because.
No. Before we do, I just wanted to state, if I had some assurance that we would, in the application process, specifically for dispensaries. I know we don't have consumption lounges, but I want to put this out. We not approve that. I want to put it out there publicly in case we do down the road. If I could be assured that in the evaluation process, points would be given or points would be taken away based on proximity to houses of worship, I could support that not being in an ordinance, but actually being in the application. Because what we're trying to accomplish, we can accomplish the same thing in multiple ways.
Agreed.
However,
the ordinance reads right now at 100 feet, though.
That's the first reading. If you
just for schools, that's not for houses. There's no mention of houses of worship at all.
Right.
No. So if there were points of either taken away, if they were within 50 feet or 100 feet, and specifically for dispensaries. The other businesses, the other licenses, this does not apply to. But if we could award points based on distance from houses of worship as well, that is something that I think we could all live with and then continue the conversation down the road. Is that something that?
I will also offer this, Councilman. I don't know if you've joined our task force meetings, but I did mention to the chief and to Mark that I would like, and to John, that I would like to have Paul join our next meeting. So I would welcome you into that conversation as well. The maps that we have are the maps that were provided by Paul Rigel. And they're the maps that are included in the master plan. So we have two maps that we're looking at, right? Where all of the locations of the schools are and the town-owned properties, that's all delineated in one map. The other map has zones, right? So to say that someone's gonna apply and not know where it's zoned, here's B1, these are all the streets in B1, this is where it's allowed. Now, the other thing I want the council to also consider in restricting by feet, buffering, also doesn't take into account, right? We already said that there's a lack of inventory. Everybody understands that. Buffering kind of reduces that number or of available inventory. But also what we're not considering is that just because we say in B1, you can apply. What if the landlord where somebody wants to go house a retail dispensary doesn't allow it? That's, so that's another restriction. There are so many challenges for these businesses to operate to begin with that, even though we're only 12 square miles, we're densely populated. And when I was talking to Bill Kehoe, just for reference, and this is thinking out loud, Councilman Rutherford, to your point with respect to the houses of worship, Bill Kehoe called earlier and we were talking about the parks. Most of the parks, except for one, are right in that school area. We did amend, except for one, we did amend the no smoking ordinance to include marijuana, cannabis. So that helps a little for him. But most of the parks that he was thinking about were really close to the schools and didn't think that they would be impacted after we do the from property line to a retail business. And when we're looking at the map, and I have the benefit of this because I've been looking at those maps. So I know where the school buildings are. I know how, the distance of where they are. And, is there any place across the street from Washington School that, could serve as a dispensary?
Yes.
Well, I mean,
yes,
there is.
Yes, there is.
We talk about Downtown Alliance, right? Always saying we have no parking for our, we can't, this is something that was said during the budget hearing for the Downtown West Orange Alliance, like we can't keep businesses down there because we have no parking. That's an issue. Businesses do look for parking. Without that, it is an issue. We can't require it because then that's just another restriction. So I think that for us to be able to have a ordinance that is satisfactory to everyone, we're going to really be limiting ourselves to the participation. And that's where I am. I think that we should move ahead with this ordinance as it is and continue to look at the other items that are raised by Councilman Rutherford and Councilwoman Castellino and the planning board. Although I have to agree with Mr. Moon here that when I'm they're looking at the definition of schools. Well, we've already answered the fact that that's the reason why we only said public BOE owned school buildings, because otherwise we're not going to have anywhere to put a cannabis business.
But the Board of Ed defines schools, properties differently. So that's what we need to clarify as well. What definition that the board uses is going to go with our ordinance. So do we want to use the narrow definition, which is just or the broader one? I think we have to answer
Well,
that.
the one that's in the ordinance is, I think that's what Councilwoman Matu Brown was saying, is that they specifically put owned and operated by the Board of Ed to limit the definition of schools. You know, we can debate whether or not we agree with that or not. I just want to be clear, though, that what you're saying, Councilwoman Matu Brown, is that you are willing to include in the application process some scoring mechanism that will either award points or take points away based on proximity to houses of worship.
No, what I said was I'd welcome you to the meeting so we could have that discussion. I can't speak for the task force. I'm the chair, and yes, I can't speak for them. I can't say, yes, we're willing to do that. That's a discussion that the task force would have to have.
So,
Councilwoman Castellini, yes.
so in going back to some of my task force conversations, task force, great group of dedicated residents working on this. And I said this to them, they're all just like us. They're not always going to be sitting in that seat. So I recommend, if you want that language in, that you amend it in the ordinance, because then it will be a law. Otherwise, you're leaving it up not to this group, who I think would consider that. I'm not going to speak for them, but you don't know who's going to be sitting in those chairs moving forward. Number one. Number two, I'd like to, I'd like to make a motion to amend this to 200 feet from the property line of any school-owned building. And can we do that? I didn't get that clear answer, Mr. Moon. Can I make that amendment?
We would have to go back to first reading on that. That's a material change.
Yeah, I have a problem with that, because when I brought this up at first reading, where I could have voted no, and we could have had the past the past month to get this going, it got kicked to the planning board.
Right. And the planning board picked up section 25-4 of the land use regulations that defines a school. So now that's in question. Why is this an exception to the definition of a school?
So this process gets very frustrating, and I'm going to be honest with you.
It is very frustrating. It is.
It's very frustrating, not to anybody's fault, but because
it's a debate. I know, because it's new. But
Council President,
question, I'm sorry, just going back to that about the ordinance at 100 feet. And if it does go to planning, and then there is a recommendation to change to 200 feet, this was a conversation we just had a little while ago. How does that affect that person? That, I don't know, that whole criteria thing just sounds too vague to me.
Yeah.
You can't amend it midstream.
Did we ever get a clear response to what happens to someone in the event they are going, for right now, if someone is going by the ordinance that we have on file, which has no buffer, and then within the next 2 to 3 weeks or 2 to 3 meetings, whatever is appropriate with proper notice to the public served, and we amend that, and then someone comes with an application, there's no such thing as grandfathered in. They just have to modify and update so that they're in compliance with the ordinance. I don't think that that's a difficult point A to point B. So why are we harping on what if someone has already purchased? Or again, if you've purchased, you're still purchasing with the risk of, am I going to get? If you rent a space, it's still with, am I going to get? So if someone has entered into some type of lease or purchase agreement and we modify or change our ordinance, that's just what happens.
That's just unfair. That's just unfair, because there are costs associated with all of those applications along the way.
But that's the municipal land use law. And, it's
there's no guarantees.
Yeah, you could buy a piece, as Councilwoman said, you can buy a piece of property, and right up until the point till you get your permission, if the town changes the zoning, the town changes the zoning, and
Well, we
that's
don't
a-
do that. We don't do that mid-application. We wouldn't do that mid-application.
Well, it wouldn't matter anyway, because if the question is, when does it become a valid use? And if the zoning changed before you issued the permit, even if you went ahead and issued the permit, if the zoning didn't allow it, I don't know that the permit would be valid. So it's no different, I think, than any other land use question that you run into. But I have a technical question I could ask you, Council President, or Karen, because I don't recall now. Did we open this up to the public for?
Yeah.
Not yet.
Okay, so we have a member of the public that does want to comment on this, and I just want to make sure.
No, we did. We
We
did. have
did.
it.
We did open it up to the public
Yeah.
and nobody chose to speak, which is
At that time, I don't know if they were able to join.
Wait a minute. We did not do a public hearing on this ordinance for the public yet. They did not have an opportunity to speak to this ordinance
It
as
was a
of right
prior
now.
ordinance.
That's correct.
Can I ask you a question, though? Just,
Yes, we
what?
did.
What
I thought we did.
options-
I did.
No, we
have-
didn't. We did
Nobody-
not.
Yes, nobody.
Council
I did.
President
I
was
did.
reminded to ask the
Right.
public if there was anyone that wanted to speak. And it was actually Madam Moderator who asked, is there anyone in the public that wants to speak to
Yeah.
this ordinance? That
Right,
happened.
that-
thought that
that's
was a
my recollection
We did.
also.
No one responded.
I thought that was a prior ordinance, but that's fine. We don't have to debate that.
Yes.
What options are available to us to accelerate the
I must be
timeline
losing
if
my
we
mind.
want to include some of these changes prior to the March 15 deadline when these applications are going to go out? Are there any options available to us? Special meetings, vote by email? Do we have any options?
It's an ordinance. There has to be a hearing. So public has to be involved as well. So
But not first reading.
If
We
you're-
can
not
do it on-
first reading, but
If you're
that's
not adopting this ordinance
the whole process.
pretty much as it is, with clarification, not changes. If you're not doing that, then you can't do an
Yeah.
ordinance by 15.
Well, we do have an ordinance, correct? Me if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
We do have an ordinance.
I do want to clarify for Council President, because she keeps saying it says 100 feet. It does not say 100 feet. The one that you're looking at, yes. But the ordinance that is governing right now that this council
Approved.
was it's 2647. I'm probably going to have to play the lottery because I think it's the fifth time I've said that,
I may double down on that.
right? So if you look at that ordinance, Council President,
Okay.
it does permit the use. This council approved it. It has the zones. It has the definition of the business and industrial districts. It has conditional
Yeah,
use.
but that's not what you said. You know, now we're getting tired.
But this is the ordinance that was approved. This ordinance is approved, is what I'm trying to
Without
say.
any buffers, right?
Yeah,
Even when it was approved, though, we agreed to continue to revisit it over the course of time.
Yes, we
Yes, we
did.
did.
what I'm
And
not
that's my
arguing-
suggestion.
I'm
My
not- I'm not
suggestion is that it
arguing
goes
any
to
of
the
that.
planning board
What
on
I'm
March
saying
2nd.
is that.
We go
what I'm
one at a
saying is
time.
that- What I'm saying is that if we don't approve this ordinance tonight, there's still an ordinance that's on the record. So, and that one, yes, does not have a buffer. So.
And then how does it change? And then it would have to change.
Do we have to open up
And-
the applications March 15th, or can we delay that on our end? We can delay that, can't we? A week?
We can do whatever we want. It's our town.
Is it possible to accelerate the first reading and then still have second reading on March 15?
Yeah.
Then
Is
we
that
would have to have a special meeting. Then the
We can vote
council
by
would have
email.
to have a special meeting.
I think it's worth it.
But what about
I'd
the?
have a special meeting too, yeah.
But the
Mark,
planning
Mark,
board, what we're asking for is what we've asked for is a map overlay that we were asking for the planning board to provide. But the
And that-
planning board doesn't provide it. It actually comes from our planner.
Right.
So
Yeah.
if
Right,
we could
but
get,
it's
if
for the
we-
planning board to discuss on March 2nd. It will be on the agenda for March 2nd.
right, so the other thing that I'm asking is, although there are some questions that the planning board has actually come back to this body and asked of us, it doesn't negate that we can still approve what we have chosen and what's on second reading here. Is that not correct? I mean, the planning board is not telling us what we can and can't do. They're making recommendations, and we already, so we're not in violation of anything if we approve this. Mr. Moon, I see your hand.
So I want to clarify. So the March 15th, it's not a deadline for the governing body act. What it is so the State Cannabis Commission will begin accepting applications for retail licenses. So to be quite honest, we need to have, it's really before that, because the process that we're doing right now is for applicants to come in and apply for what's called a resolution of local support. It's something that they need in order to file the state application. So if they don't have that, they can't submit their application on March 15th. The original goal was to have the application process up and running so that by the time March 15th would come in, this council would be issuing resolutions for them to go forward. So when I say that the March 15th is really not like a deadline, it's more of just like, that's when the process is going to get started, and just again, what the numbers are going to be, I don't know for sure, but it seems like there has been a lot of applications going to the state. So for any entity that wants to potentially open up a retail space in West Orange, it's going to be a competitive process, and a delay will put them a little bit behind. That's again, so there's no real impetus of you have to do it, but it's for practical purposes, it's the goal.
Mark?
Can
does an
answer,
applicant-
yes, please.
Does an applicant have to have a location before they make that application?
Yeah, so
well, the reason I'm asking is because if I'm representing an applicant as a private attorney, I may be and I don't have a location. I may be looking at a location and with a buy that's going to be conditional upon my getting approval. Can I do that?
That's allowed. It's my understanding that conditional approvals are allowed, right?
Okay.
Like you
No,
can
no,
have
no. He's talking about the purchase of a property with a conditional usage of or licensing. So that's something totally
That's the
different.
purchase here.
Yeah, that's something totally different. And quite frankly, in this
You
market,
can do it with a
Mr.
lease.
Kaiser, I don't know that any landowner or owner is going to want to take, I mean, people are selling, you can sell a property sight unseen right now.
Cash.
Cash. Yeah, so no owners are gonna, that's not realistic in the business industry we're in with real estate right now.
That's why I asked the question, because I wanted to know the practicalities of it.
I have a question regarding the application. So assuming the application's open on March 15th, if an individual or a group decides to apply on March 15th, when do we have to evaluate that and make our decision and then submit the resolution? It's not going to be on March 15th. That's a council day.
that's
right?
what I was saying. We were hoping that's why after tonight we would have the process up and running so that by that March 15th date, we'll be issuing resolutions. The plan was to have.
But they can't apply before March 15th for a dispensary. Is that not correct?
No.
Right, but they'll have a resolution of local support. So they have to have something from the town with their application. So by March 15th, we were hoping to have our own process for those resolutions done, a recommendation from the advisory committee to the council, and the council are be voting up or down resolutions to support specific applicants.
So let's look at the practicality of that. If we were to realistically approve this, get it up and running, let's give ourselves 48 hours instead of 24, saying tomorrow. So even if this is up and running by Friday, do we have any type of assurance that the task force is going to start reviewing these applications so that they can issue those resolutions of local support prior to the March 15th deadline? I mean, how is all of that? We're jumping around, but how is all of this going to flow?
So I want to be clear. So what happened would be the applications are reviewed by the task force. They basically do an evaluation and a scoring, they'll make a recommendation to the council. And the council will be the ultimate decider as to whether to issue a resolution of local support for a particular applicant or not.
So March 1st is our next meeting, and then March 15th is our next meeting. It still goes back to Chairwoman Matu Brown's ability to basically advise us. If this was up and running by Friday, would the task force have the ability to meet so that they could make some decisions if they received applications to make recommendations to give local support, so that it could either come back to the council by the March 1st or the March 15th council meeting so that we could act on it?
So we looked at the council calendar meeting dates and worked our meetings around that specifically. So we have 2 meetings a month set up that revolve strictly around our council meetings so that we can get those recommendations to you, so that, you know, there is no jumping around. There are meetings that are scheduled in advance now just to be ready to evaluate these proposals to get them to the council according to the council calendar. So that's how we were able to set up those meetings.
But so let me make a recommendation so we all don't keep going crazy over this. So if we have the obvious, first of all, is the support there to go a minimum of 200 feet? I think whether we vote on that tonight, I think we need to see if the support is there. And
But
then
Mark just said that would be a material difference.
No, not to vote on it, because here's what we could do. If we all know we're in agreement and we're going to move forward with that, the task force will, again, because we set the ordinance, you know, the task force advises the council. So if we know what we're going to do, we will let them know. That's our goal. So as these applications come in, you know, we'll know the distance that they're looking at that time, and we could, you know, evaluate there, as long as that's where everybody's going. If the support isn't there to go 200 feet, then might as well leave it.
If you have an applicant that meets all the other criteria, but what we're hoping to do, how does that prejudice that application when that's not the law?
Well, I'm just saying, I'm just saying, that's what I mean.
So right now, if we're going to approve what we're saying is on the books right now with no buffer, and
no, we're not going to approve. That has been approved.
Okay, I'm just saying, if something comes, all right, so if that's what happens now, then we decide to put in a buffer to come in months to come or weeks to come, then what happens to that original applicant?
We'll have to abide.
Oh,
they're no longer in compliance with the ordinance, and they just are.
We can't do that. We can't do that. You're going to approve them? We'll approve them now, but then change.
No, we're giving them a letter of support. We're not approving them. That's not the application.
She's talking about after the fact.
I understand
After the
it.
fact, okay.
This is just to give them a letter of support to take to the state to say that, hey, yeah, they're a viable business, but that doesn't guarantee any type of approval. They still have to come back in a 2-step process. Am I clear on that or no?
But Councilwoman, you're being disingenuous to that applicant, because if there's support there for us to go 200 feet, I don't feel comfortable moving that applicant along if they're only 100 feet out. So, and they're not within, you know, they're not going to make the second cut. This is like, why, move them forward if they're not going to make the second cut.
And even 100 feet, 200 feet, they're both arbitrary numbers, and we don't have the map to see where we are out of these property lines.
Can I just say that they're not arbitrary numbers? The task force did discuss this in depth. So there's nothing arbitrary about what the task force has given to the planning board or to this council. It was just the most minimum number that we could come up with that we felt was not going to be prohibitive or restrictive to the ordinance that we already passed. I think I said 2647 to allow the cannabis industry to participate in West Orange. That's what that number came to. I know that Councilwoman Castellino, offered 200 feet. I heard the planning board and some of those suggestions were, in
1,000 feet,
East Orange. In East
1,000 feet.
Yeah, that's not even in town anymore. So I just want to say the task force does not work arbitrarily. I have to be a little defensive of them because they're not here.
And maybe that was the wrong word to use, but I'm just saying that this is all new. We can look at those maps and we can determine what that boundary is.
And again, to your point, Council President, the planning board can make a recommendation to the council. The council doesn't have to accept it. It's a recommendation.
Wouldn't you want to see the map to see what we're talking about?
I've seen 2 maps. That's all we've been looking at.
The map does not show the radius. It shows where everything is, but it does not show the radius.
But we've taken tours. The chief of police has gotten in his car and taken tours. We have physically been out there.
I think 200 was a fair number because it's consistent with the ABC guidelines.
But this isn't the ABC board. This is a completely different entity, industry. So again, I have to commend Council Member Matute Brown and saying it's not arbitrary. It's just they looked at the data and they made a decision, and 100 feet was suitable to the task force. Now, I agree at this point with you wanting 200, that yes, we should probably give some type of consent if we're willing to extend it to 200. If not, that's a moot point and we just need to go on.
Exactly. So the support's there to move to 200. I like to know that tonight because
if we're gonna
I was
poll
under the
support-
impression at the last meeting that we were going to be able to make a change. And here we are, the ball's been bouncing around that we're all getting a little cranky over this, which I don't blame us because it's nobody's fault. It's just a task we were given. But again, I'll defer to Councilman Rutherford.
If we're going to poll support, thank you, Councilwoman Castellino. If we're going to poll support for changing that distance, I'd also like to poll support for some buffer around houses of worship with regard to dispensaries.
I'm supportive.
I don't know where does this leave us now? That's what we're.
It leaves us nowhere because we don't have a map overlay to see how that impacts.
Well, not only does it leave us know what you're saying, but it also, it still changes our ordinance. So we're making these changes that are not going to be in effect.
Well, we're asking the planning board to have a special meeting. We can also have one and get to second reading by March 1st. Is that not correct?
Well, I would suggest that you go with the March 2nd and then we have a special meeting.
I'd rather the planning board meet sooner.
Yeah.
I don't know how it's going to work.
I mean, a week's time or 10 days time should be sufficient for folks to coordinate calendars.
You get a majority of them.
Well, they have to have a quorum in order to meet. So normally the way that works is the chairman would poll the commission or the board to see who's available, give a couple of dates. I mean, it's still a risk.
It's really going to be next week.
No
Right, it would have to be a day next week.
That's fine. I mean, as long as it's before March 1st, right? And we can see the map. I think if we can get through our first reading prior to our March 1st council meeting, with our clerk will let us know with enough time to advertise so that folks can come for public comment for second reading, then we can still be ready for March 15. Is that not mathematically possible?
But to be ready for March 15th doesn't give our application process the time that is necessary for the Cannabis Task Force to issue resolutions of local support.
No, the applications come up the 15th. We would meet after the 15th.
And we issue the resolution for support, not the task force. They recommend, we issue the resolution.
Yes, they make the recommendation, we issue the resolution, but how could we do that timely before March 15th is what I'm asking.
But you don't need to before March 15th. They're applying on March 15th.
Look, I'm willing to meet
They're
twice.
applying on March 15th.
Special
They're
meeting
applying to
possible.
the state. They need our letter for them to apply on March 15th.
But we go online on March 15th.
No. If you listen to what Mr. Moon was saying, he was hoping that our application process would be up and available prior to that so that we, the task force, based on the process that we've outlined, the task force has already made the recommendation to issue the letter of local support. Then we as the council come back and either yay or nay that.
What is the last date that Mr. Moon, what is the date by which you would need to have before before this, public group who wants to make this application? What is the date by which that has to be done in order for us to issue a resolution that would support them on March 15th? Because the way it sounds to me is that would have to be done before our March 1st meeting. And if that's the case, we're probably not gonna make that anyway. That's what
Mr. Gross and Mr. Kaiser and Mr. Moon have all said.
So, I mean, we're probably not gonna make March 1st anyway.
Yeah, so the big problem is obviously because of the process that's to be included, it all depends on how close we can condense the evaluation process. That's going to depend on how many applications we get, which again, we don't know. Anecdotally, it seems like there's been a lot of interest. So we expect a lot of applications. So obviously the shorter time frame, the more difficult it's going to be. So I really can't give you a time frame per se. I can tell you that I have prepared a request for application and it's in the hopper, ready to go. If there's changes to be made, I can make the changes. I just need direction. I just need to know what direction to go in. So that's basically all I'm looking for at this point, and we can get this process up and running. But if we're pushing everything back, and that's a decision that the council goes with, that's fine. I just need to know.
At the end of the day, if you don't pass this tonight and you're going to make a material change, you're going to have to start this process all over again.
Right. We know that. Which is why I'm going back to let the planning board do what they have to do on March 2nd and let us meet on our next meeting.
But I guess my question is, it seems like the debate is not between no buffer and 200 buffer. It seems like the debate is between 100 and 200. Is that right?
And the churches.
So as of now, if you adopted on second reading the ordinance, the 100-foot buffer would be in place. Which you can always expand further, which you could always add to. If there is a consensus of the council that those are the directions, as members have said, taking sort of an informal poll, that this council is going to move from 100 to 200, then I can obviously reflect that in how the evaluation score is going to be, and at the same time, start a subsequent ordinance to make that change. So it seems to me that the decision is not between 0 and 2, it's between 1 and 2. Again, I don't want to mischaracterize.
1, 2, and the churches is what I'm hearing.
Sure.
That sounds reasonable to me, Mr. Moon. If you can reflect it in the application, this is getting back to what we talked about earlier, and then we can begin the process to update or include these changes that we've been debating for now about 45 minutes or so.
I mean, I could prepare an ordinance for the next council meeting for first.
I would like to amend the property line language because we can.
That I don't think that's a material. That's more that is a clarification. I can.
And just so that and maybe this will hopefully close this argument out. Discussion, not an argument. I'm sorry. At the end of the day, the advisory board task force sends the council the recommendation. If it's too close to a house of worship, or, you know, any of the concerns that the council has raised, you still get a vote, right? It doesn't, you can always vote it down. So it's not, you know, the end all be all with the ordinance. I hear what you're
Yeah,
saying.
but if we go through that process, I'm gonna have considerably less leverage then than I have now.
Exactly.
But what do you mean leverage? I'm a little
I mean, I
lost.
could vote no right now and force us, because I believe we've got 3 votes that are no. I'm just reading the room.
Yeah.
I believe we've got 3 votes that are no.
That's what this governing body is here to do. If you vote it down, you vote it down. We have an ordinance already. So, you know, like to your point, Councilman, we've been doing
But
this.
if we do vote it down, when it comes back up, it's likely to include those things which you guys don't want us to include. So if we can find a way to split the baby and then negotiate and work it out so that we don't delay the opportunity for folks to apply, I think that's better for the business community. I'm not trying to punish them, but I do want to protect the interest of the folks that have reached out to me and expressed some concern. And it's not just the houses of worship, it's schools too. I mean, we have no buffer in the original one. We discussed that when we passed it, and we passed it with the expectation that we would add that buffer later on. We're adding 100 now. The liaison to the school board has expressed and articulated a fair argument for increasing that. I think that should be considered. So, I mean, that's where I am on it. I like what you said, Mr. Moon. I think we can move forward with that if we're committed to that process.
So can we go back to the point of whether or not there is movement on the 100 to 200? Because if there is no movement on the 100 to 200, then we debated a moot point. And if that's not the case, where are we between 100 and 200? Where are we there?
I'm 200 and I'm fine with the churches.
I'm supportive of 200, but I'm not supportive of including churches in that buffer zone. It just.
Can I ask why? Can I ask why?
I was just saying, before you said, can I ask why? I was talking to express that the reason is, you're welcome. The reason is because it just excludes, we already are limited in inventory. It's the reason.
Without showing a map to see that, and this gets back to council president, if without showing a map, I know where most of the churches are in town.
Yeah, me too.
It doesn't seem like there's no inventory to me.
I can speak to the inventory point because that's what I do every day. There's a tremendous limitation on inventory. I've been looking. People are asking me, this is what I do.
There's one church on Northfield Avenue.
I'm sorry?
One church on Northfield Avenue.
No.
But you have to go back to the zone, the permitted zones. So you can't look at just where the churches are located. You've also got to take into consideration the zones where it's applicable.
What I'm specifically referencing is the space around churches, and what has been consistently raised without any visual evidence is that there is no inventory if we decide to exclude churches. That cannot possibly be true. There may not be ideal inventory. There may not be places that we want to have it, but we won't know that without the map. There's a religious, there are 2 churches on Northfield Avenue, one by Walker Road and one by Vizcaya Boulevard. There are other religious-based organizations, but not churches on Northfield Avenue.
Or synagogues, yeah.
I mean, I've used that word, you know.
Yeah, I know. I just.
House of worship.
So we didn't finish the poll.
yeah.
We didn't finish the poll on the 100 to 200. I guess, Council President, your way in, the 200 to 100?
I would go with the 200 and the House of Worships.
Okay. So it seems like we have a majority on the 200, which is a substantive change, which means that we can't move forward with where we are this evening. However, there was an agreement. However, we said that if there was an agreement that we were inclined to expand to 200, then we could go ahead and move forward with the 100 today. What I haven't heard is the majority on including the houses of worship. That's what I have not heard. And I think we know that. No,
for that?
I didn't hear it. I didn't hear a majority on including the houses of worship without
good.
a map overlay.
Did council president, didn't you just say that you were supportive of the churches?
I did say the supported of the churches.
I
Yes.
did not. So
House,
that's not
houses of
correct.
worship.
I'm supportive.
I am not supportive without seeing a map overlay. I need to understand what that means before I would concede to that.
Okay,
I'm
but
not
we do have
opposed
three.
to it, but I want to see a map overlay.
I've been
before
saying
I
that
add
all
anything
along.
else.
So I think we have 3 votes for both the churches and going up to 200 feet. I didn't express my vote for 200 feet, but you don't even need my vote because you already have 3 for the 200 feet for the schools. Myself, Castellino, and Council President are for the churches. So if we can agree to a process, because again, none of us, I think we have a very pro-business council. None of us want to punish the business community. If we can agree to a process similar to what, or exactly what Mr. Moon just suggested, I think we can move forward. It would incorporate this language into the evaluation process and then begin the ordinance process immediately.
I think I said that an hour ago, yes.
Well, I'm sorry, we wasted an hour, Council President. Because I'm starving.
But
I had
thank you.
popcorn for dinner.
I can't live
For
up.
the people, for the people, for the people. That's why you're hungry.
I'm getting my summer body.
This is all for the people. We can starve a little bit.
Hello.
Madam
Council
Clerk,
President,
Can we
Madam
call the
Clerk,
vote? Can we call the vote?
Wait a
I'm calling
minute.
the vote.
Okay, Mark's going, yes.
Wait, there's an amendment.
Counts.
wait, just, Madam Clerk,
case of-
my,
yes.
again, my recollection is that you did call for a public hearing and that we were told
No.
that there.
I did
I'm-
not. I spoke with Megan. She and I both thought that that was done during public comment at the beginning of the meeting.
No,
I
no.
reminded her.
No.
I
No.
caught
Okay,
myself.
I can't
when
wait
I
to see the
introduced-
video. Either I'm losing my mind.
You're tired.
or I can, no, I cannot wait to see the video because I do not
the video-
recall calling for a
The
vote.
video,
I
the
did, I
video
caught
will tell the
public
myself.
tale.
comment.
The video will tell the tale. Just,
However,
why not open it up now for a public comment?
Well,
if
we
there
have
is
2 people that have been waiting for over an
Well, and I
hour.
was going to suggest that because I know that I did say that because I caught myself to say to public comment, Megan did ask, but then we had that glitch where people were not able to get on. So if now they are on and able to speak, then they should be able
Yeah,
to.
I know I didn't call for it, so.
No,
that's-
no, Megan called for it.
Listen,
She
it's been
said she
an
didn't.
hour. God bless them. They've been here. I'm okay.
Yeah,
with-
there's
with-
2
let-
people that have been
there's 2
waiting
people.
for an hour to speak, so.
Yeah.
I should be allowed to.
So are we all in
Yeah,
agreement that we should open that, if the
Yes.
carry to the
Yeah.
public has not been,
Yes.
are we all in agreement that we should reopen it again? Whether we have
Yes,
opened it or
of
closed it or
course.
not?
Yeah.
Yes.
All right.
Megan, are you back?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh, boy.
Nordia Gibbs, please state your name and address for the record.
Hey, good night, guys. Wow. Yeah, it's still nighttime. I'm here for it, but you know, it's the process, and I totally understand. My name is Nordia Gibbs, and I'm at 434 Lincoln Avenue, your neighboring town. I do have a strong interest in a retail dispensary. I currently run a CBD company here in Orange. There's a couple of litigations going on in my town, so I've opted to look into my neighboring townships for, I guess, guidance on how to go about getting municipal approval, which I see is a big debate tonight. So as far as a prospective business owner, a retail dispensary owner at least, I think the state has really outlined a lot of criteria for us, expectation-wise, security. I hear a lot of packaging and smell, and all of that has been outlined in the bill from the state itself. I think for me, the guidance that I look for municipal is location. Like, where can I open up shop? The distance from school, church, parks, I get it. That's all a part of it. That's where I would ask you, where, what time do I open? What time do I close? And honestly, that's pretty much it, because as I said, the state has very specific criteria as far as a retail dispensary, what they look forward to in the application process for me to even be approved. But I can say this, I've been following the industry for years. If I should sit down with you now, I can tell you what my processing is like. I can tell you all my retail packages. I can tell you the uniform my employees will wear. I can give you a rundown of my handbook. Like, everything the state have outlined, I'm ready for. The only guidance I'm looking for now is from a township. So my advice, I wouldn't worry so much about smell and security and, all of that other stuff. I think the bill itself, I'm not sure how many pages you read or if you read any of it that didn't pertain to the municipal, but it's very specific. It's very stressful enough, to be honest. And I think I'm hoping at least going through the township would be a little easier, because I've sat through it all. I've heard all the comments and I understand it. And you're 100% right. Even if 20 people apply through you guys, 0 might come back with approval from the state. So it's one of those things where you got to have a window where, I'm not saying to make it easy, but be reasonable in what you're expecting from someone that's going to put up their life savings to make this work.
Yeah.
So again, it's just, I need to know where I can set up, how I can apply, what information you would want from me to prove to, the team that I'm an acceptable applicant. From, I've been looking at other townships. Basically what they've drafted so far is just a business plan, just walk us through a process. And that's pretty much, I've, made a pitch deck to share at some point. So, I mean, again, it's just, where can I set up? What time do I open? What time do I close? And what's the fee? Like, I mean, that's really straightforward. So it really doesn't have to be complicated, because the bill itself is just, it's already very specific with a lot of things that you guys mentioned tonight that you're concerned about. Thank you.
Ms. Gibbs, thank you very much for your comments. I'm hopeful.
Next up, we have Alan Flores. Alan, please state your name and address for the record. Alan?
He's muted still.
He muted himself.
I was hoping he would hear me and unmute himself. Are you able to ask him to unmute if you click on his name?
Yes. I'm not sure. Alan, are you there?
Look, he may have been waiting for so long, he just stepped away.
Maybe. Okay, is there any other members of the public that want to speak? We can come back to Alan. All right, I'm not seeing anyone else. Alan, are you there? Okay, we'll come back to Alan. And Paula Weinberg, please state your name and address for the record.
Hello, I'm Paula Weinberg, and I live at 545 Mount Pleasant Ave, West Orange. And I don't really have a whole lot to say. I've been listening, and I really do appreciate all of the points of views from everybody. I can tell you that I personally sort of agree with the fact that if you're you know, my kids went to high school here. I'm not worried about my high school kids getting into dispensaries. There's the rules and the security that you have to have and the amount of money that you have to open one up. Nobody's going to risk letting anybody under 21 in the door. And it's a business like anything else. I don't think that we should have to go through the parking and all that kind of different stuff that other people don't have to go through, although you'd want it anyway. So again, running a business, a retail business, which I've ran for years, these are all things you'd want anyways. But I can tell you that it is really true. The real estate is just not here. And the farther away that you just make us from anything, it's just, there's no real estate. We've been looking and looking, and every time if we find something, then you know, and we live here, we're residents here, and we find something and it's like, okay, we don't want cannabis, or it's too close, or we don't want it here. There's just nothing. And people from other towns are trying to get in here, and I live here and I can't get something here. So I don't know how they're going to get something as well. But I do really appreciate that you guys doing all this work, and I appreciate that our town, I feel proud that I live in a town that's actually going to be allowing a cannabis, because I think the war on drugs and the war on cannabis needs to end. I do believe it's a medication. I don't believe that it is something that we have to be scared of anymore. I would be more afraid of my kids vaping and doing alcohol. And so I just am really proud that our town is accepting it. But then at the same time, we're not going to be able to let anybody in. I kind of was hoping that all that space downtown that can't be used, like all that space that nobody's going to use for retail, somebody was going to come in and do cultivation. And I guess it's not zoned, but I was kind of hoping, because that would be great tax dollars. There's that, 17 acres of space that's just been unused for how many years? Wouldn't that be great if a cultivation, they can't let a smell go into the town. They have to have all kinds of equipment and fans and regulations. It's not something that you have to be really concerned about. But again, thank you so much for the work you're doing. And whatever you guys decide, I really do believe that this board is really going to help us, the business people and the people in West Orange, move forward and into the future of cannabis. So, and that is the future. It's going to be everywhere eventually. We're a first time maybe town but it's not going to be the only town. It'll be everywhere. So thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Weinberg, for your comments. Thank you. And that's what we're trying to do. We're trying to move forward. Very slow, arduous process, but we are trying to move forward and protect our business owners as well.
Any other members of the public wish to speak? Please raise your hand. I'm not seeing anyone.
Okay.
Okay.
Is there a motion to approve?
Councilwoman, I'm sorry, wait,
I'm sorry.
Councilwoman Castellino.
So Mr. Moon, some homework. What I heard and what I looked in both ordinances, from the zoning ordinance, we don't have hours of operation, I don't believe.
It's not, we do have hours of operation. It's under
2647. That's the ordinance, it's there.
2647. It is, what page? Yeah, that's where I thought it would be.
It's section 5-34.8, operating requirements and prohibitions. The operating hours are 8 a.m. through 7 p.m.
Okay.
What page, Mr. Moon? I'm sorry, 5.
I'm not sure which document you're looking at, but it's under section.
Under the first one we passed.
Yeah, 5-34.8.
Okay. I'm getting tired. I don't see it.
It's titled.
Oh, I found it. Yeah.
And
Okay.
prohibitions.
Okay, it's there. I'm sorry. I had it marked. All right, good.
Councilwoman Matu Brown, is that your hand up?
Yes, that is my hand up. I just wanted to Ms. Nerdia Gibbs, to her questions. Well, we just answered one. Hours of moderation. If you look on our website and under the Cannabis Task Force, you'll find it under governance. It's the first advisory committee. You will see ordinance 2647 that outlines the answers the questions that you had with respect to guidance, where you can go. The zoning is there. We don't have a list of inventory. That is not the purview of the council to do, but we have designated zones. So you can find that the hours of operation, conditional use, business and industrial districts. There's a lot of information in this ordinance that is passed. The local license requirements and penalties, all of that information is in there that will help answer the questions that you had. And thank you for your interest in West Orange. And to Ms. Weinberg, just wanted to say I 100% agree with you. This is, it's something that we've all dedicated ourselves and our time to make sure that, because we also all live here, we want to make sure that we are as diligent as possible, but also supportive of the revenue stream that, we need to reduce or, stabilize taxes. So thank you for your comments. And I hope that, you do find something in town, because our micro businesses are something that we are targeting and prioritizing for those who live in town. So I hope you find something. Good luck to you.
Any other comments?
Just the amendment make a motion for the amendment to amend the language. I can't even think right now for the property line.
Are we making an amendment to add 200 feet and houses of worship? No.
No. Just to, for the 100 feet for now, just to clean up
100.
the definition for property line from the school.
The other stuff we'll do later. And I just want to be clear about my issue with house of worship. I don't know how we would codify this, but if we allow a business to come in and, a church then moves in within that space to the business, we should make the business then move. Or if there is a church that is not currently functioning as a church and then sometime down the road decides to, I don't know how you do that. I don't know how you make someone. Yeah.
Make a business move after it's been established?
Yeah, you can't.
I'm saying we should not.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I
Agree.
think it's a move.
Yes.
I'm
So
sorry.
So if a church moves next door to a dispensary, they made a choice to move next door to a dispensary. Or if a church is not functioning as a church now, but at some point down the road decides to function as a church and a dispensary is there, they made that choice. I don't think that the dispensary should then have to move.
So what about just
So how does that
storefronts
work
in
with the
general?
criteria?
I was gonna say that should be applicable. For instance, it could be a facility that then converts to a church. It may just be a regular storefront.
Yeah.
I think if the dispensary is already, or the retailer is already there, then there's no prohibition that we should impose.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah,
They made
I
a
agree
choice
with
to
that.
move next to a dispensary. What we're talking about now are fully operational houses of worship right now when we write this thing. Whatever happens after the next day should not force a business to then change their location. And I want to be clear, I said should not force a
We
cannabis
all
business.
misheard that.
Yeah.
And we all were like, what?
No, I heard him.
It's
I
the
heard him
tightness
say
of the
should not. I heard him say should not. I just looked at y'all's faces and was like, they didn't hear that. Yeah.
Thank you.
And Councilman, just one question for clarification for me. You were talking about the scoring process, how, can you just repeat that? I think, or was that Mark that you said that the council can decide on this, or no, that the task force can decide, because I am going to take this back to them, obviously. The task force can decide, give points or deduct points if they're close to. Go ahead, Mark, I'm sorry.
Let me just even say this. It seems clear. So for example, if the council tells me right now that they're going to adopt an ordinance. We're gonna change it again to 200. We're gonna add this restriction to houses of worship. I think that knowing that now, when we put out an RFA, we're gonna put it in there that says the council is considering and will likely, or considering these
Yeah,
additional limitations, so that at the very least, no one's gonna be surprised.
yeah, I
right?
think that's
I
fair.
think that's very fair, and it goes to the point that Miss, I
No
think that's
one
very fair, and it goes to the point that Miss Gibbs was just talking about, as a business owner looking for retail space, that she needs to know what she's capable of doing.
What is she knowing with that though? Nothing, because it still says may change, may have additional changes.
Well, for
There's
2 weeks,
stable in
it's 2
that
weeks.
at all. There's nothing stable in that language at all. What I was trying to get clarity on was something that Mark had said before, and I think that Councilman Rutherford may have said, is that possible? Can you commit to that? Were you talking about a buffer, committing to a buffer, or were you talking about committing to like a point system? So for instance, the task force has decided that for cultivators to come in, right? There's different type of cultivators. You can do soil, aeroponics, hydroponics. If you come in doing soil, great, but you'll get extra points if you do hydroponics or aeroponics, just greener, if you will. So was your suggestion that if an application comes in and it's too close to a church, that there's deduction points? Or if it's far enough away from a church, then there is a bonus points, if you will? Is that what you were referring to?
So my understanding of what Mr. Moon said was that it would be incorporated into the application process somehow, awarding or taking away points for proximity to a house of worship. That was one thing that I heard in what he said. And then there were two more things. The second one was that we would work toward codifying that, putting that into an ordinance, and he would start that work right away. But then what he just said now was, in addition to those two things, that he would communicate to potential applicants that these changes are on the way. And you should consider these changes when you make your application. Now, having said that, all of the work around codifying this is going to be dependent upon the map. And so we may see a map when you do 200 feet and 100 feet from churches, let's say, that there really is nowhere that all of the business and industrial zones are covered. I don't think that's the case, but that could be the case.
Mm-hmm.
And if that were the case, then we'd have to make some adjustments, right? So that there is some space. But at least he can communicate in the application process what the worst case scenario may be, so that they can plan on that. And then once we get to scoring, it should already be clarified by that time, because there's going to be some period of time between the time that they get the approval from the state, assuming they get it, and then come back to us for a final yes or no, unless I'm misunderstanding the process wrong. Unless I'm misunderstanding.
I know, Councilman Rutherford, this still goes back to what I was saying before. Can we just follow what we're doing? Can we have the planning board make all the recommendations so everyone knows what's going on March 2nd, and we look at it? I know it pushes the application date back, but it feels like we're not really being clear enough for people to invest.
Can I just say one thing on that? I understand your sentiment, Council President. I truly do. And I think you and I share in large part a similar sentiment. My concern with pushing it back, this is a once in a generation opportunity for some business owners, some of whom will be in West Orange, hopefully, right? Hopefully at least one business will be located here. I would not want to handicap a dispensary in particular, right? Because I think that's going to be whoever is fortunate enough to get that license is going to make a tremendous amount of money. It's going to be transformational for them. I understand this thing got started with social equity, there have been no licenses granted to African Americans. I am hopeful and prayerful that in this next round, African Americans, people of color, folks that have been unjustly targeted by the war on drugs, marijuana in particular, will be afforded and awarded a license. So I don't want to handicap them in that process if there's another way to do it. I am concerned about these things, but if there's a way to move forward without handicapping applicants in the process, in the application process, I think we should do everything we can to make that happen.
I feel like
Real quick, do I have a second on my amendment for the property?
Oh, yes.
Amendment.
Wow. Just saying.
Councilman, I hear what you're saying, and I think what I believe in what you're saying. And I do pray that that's going to happen. I just don't like the idea of changing the rules on people. I know we're saying we're going to change it or we can amend it going forward. They need to know that. They need to know what's being considered. And it's just bothering me that we're going, it just bothers me that
They are going to know, because we're going to put it on the application process, that this is something under council consideration, take it under advisement. I don't know how they're not going to know.
Okay.
And then if they're, if
We're going to
you're,
be talking about us tomorrow with this meeting.
Oh, listen, we've not made friends tonight. Let's start there.
But also,
Okay, so let me ask, wait,
I
Councilman.
think we've had a very spirited
Yes, we did.
have.
We did.
It's just
Season.
an hour
We're
and a
hearing
half.
it for
that's
the first time. So if we're moving forward right now with this 100 feet, and we're saying that's what's on, that's codified right now. That's
With the
subject to change.
amendment to clarify.
not codified right now, Council
No,
President.
Oh, this
She-
is it. I'm sorry. That's what we're, sorry, I'm getting tired.
Yeah, I
I'm
made
sorry.
the motion on the amendment. It was
Okay.
second, so we need to vote on the amendment.
Yes, vote on the
And the
amendment.
amendment is to change the language so
For the
that
property
it's from the
line.
property line.
Fine.
Right.
So I
Yes.
have it up. I'm gonna read the proposed language. Under the zoning conditions, no licensed cannabis entity shall be located within 100 feet from the property line of any property with a school building owned and operated by the West Orange Board of Education.
Yes.
That's been properly offered in second. Are we ready for the vote?
Can I do this all together in one vote as amended?
Oh,
Or
wait,
do I have to
wait,
vote
wait.
on the
once-
amendment separately?
Wait,
That's the only one we're voting on tonight, right?
wait,
There's
Mr. Moon,
three
you may have to
ordinances on
alter
second
that.
and final reading.
I would,
Because in the industrial zone, we have the Board of, the way you worded it, we have the Board of Education Transportation Building, which should not be affected in the industrial zone.
Yeah,
So
it's-
just watch that wording. You said any Board of Education building.
No, school building.
Okay, school building.
Oh, school building, make sure it says that.
Okay.
I would vote on that amendment first
Yeah.
separately as a clarifying amendment.
Okay. Okay, so Michelle, you did
The amendment on the property line.
right,
I made the first.
and Councilwoman Matute Brown did the second. All right, so I'm going to take a roll call. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
And Mark, you'll send me the amended ordinance tomorrow?
I'll do it right now, actually.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
And,
Okay.
I'm sorry, and Council President, just to clarify, Council President, you mentioned that you don't want to change things midway for applicants, and I understand that. But also listening to, and I know it's been a long conversation, but I really do appreciate this conversation. I do.
too.
With Councilman Rutherford, and I didn't understand what he was saying earlier, but having heard him again, having a plan, a map where we all see where those are might determine whether or not there is a change necessary, right? So I don't think what he's saying is that we're going to change midway. There's a possibility that we may, or may not, depending on what the map tells. And so if the map, and this is what I will agree to or be supportive of, because I can't, speak for everyone, but if we're looking at a map and too many places are too close, and it turns out that there just aren't any locations. If an applicant comes into to the task force and we're looking at it and we see that it is too close to a house of worship, I think in that case, then just the way we're giving bonus points for the different type of cultivation, we can deduct points for being too close to houses of worship. And then that's the first buffer, if you will. And then the second buffer obviously is the council, because the council, it'll come to the council to make that decision. And clearly if it's too close to a house of worship, it doesn't pass.
So Councilwoman Matute Brown, thank you very much for that. And I think what I said before, and I'll clarify, when I said it was arbitrary, about 100 feet or 200 feet, I think what I was thinking at that time was that if we had that map, maybe it's 75 feet, or to your point, maybe it's 150 feet. So the 100 feet or the 200 feet, that's what I meant. Those are arbitrary numbers that when we see a map, we can see that people don't have to start asking for variances or deduct or add points or whatever your criteria is going to be on their application, that we can use that map to help with this investment. That's what I meant.
Okay.
Just to clarify the word arbitrary.
Okay.
And
Can I
so
call
now,
for a
now
vote?
we vote on. Okay, we're
Yes,
gonna
now
vote.
we call for a vote on the ordinance itself. Is there a motion to approve 2673-21?
So moved.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino?
With subject to
Yes.
change.
Well, we
Yeah.
already did the amendment.
Yeah.
So Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Okay, yes.
Okay.
All right, ordinance 2676-22, an ordinance amending and supplementing Chapter 4, Section 1.1 and 1.7, and establishing Section 1.8 of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, illegal dumping. Is there a motion to introduce on second and final reading?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay. Megan?
I'm here.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Call for public comment on this
Public
particular
comment on-
ordinance.
Mhm.
Sometimes you guys like to comment before that, so I was waiting. Any members of the public wish to speak on this ordinance? Please raise your hand.
On illegal dumping.
Right, just this particular ordinance.
Right. Last call on this ordinance. No hands raised.
Thank you.
And council colleagues, any discussion? We did discuss this on first reading.
Yeah.
Any other comments? No, seeing none.
Oh,
Madam
thank God.
You were not muted.
I know that. Thank you. Okay, is there a motion? Is there, come on,
So
you're all thinking it. I'm just saying it. Is there a
So-
motion to approve 2676-22?
So move.
Second.
Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
2677-22, an ordinance amending Chapter 25, Section 15.3.c of the revised general ordinances of West Orange, signage for businesses with drive-up windows. Is there a motion to?
So moved.
Okay,
Second.
who gave a second?
Yummy.
Thank you. Councilwoman Castellino,
Yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay.
Any public comment on this ordinance? 2677-22. Signage for businesses with drive-up windows.
Any members of the public have a question about this ordinance or a comment? I'm not seeing any hands.
Okay. Any members of the council have anything?
Nope.
Nope,
Okay.
it's just being helpful again to the business owners, laying out the sign ordinance now to include drive-up windows for new businesses that are coming to town.
Very good.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to adopt 2677-22?
So moved.
Second,
Councilwoman Castellino,
yes.
Councilwoman Matute Brown,
Yes.
Councilman Rutherford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Williams,
Yes.
Council President McCartney.
Yes.
Okay. There are no ordinances on first reading. Pending matters, new matters, council discussion.
Councilwoman Williams?
New matters.
Okay.
I just wanted to ask if the administration could provide an update on the loss occupancy, whether, if there are any updates. And I also wanted to know if the administration could provide us a reporting when we have meetings of available opportunities, employment opportunities within the administration.
Number one, we do post open positions and that we're actively looking for on our website. So we'll be happy to, if you, in addition to that, if you want me to report on it periodically, we certainly can do that. In terms of the loft, our understanding is they're pretty much filled. They're probably at 95%, which is,
Yeah.
static, so the normal ins and outs. So we don't have a regular reporting going on because they're at maturity. So.
Councilwoman Williams, thank you for asking that question. And I would imagine that in the next couple of months, when we have our budget hearings, John, we would expect to see new table of organization. Yes. And where those vacancies might be, and post it again to our website.
The good news is we are starting to see more qualified candidates making applications.
Mm-hmm.
That's really in the last 3 weeks, seen a change. I won't say it's markedly improved, but certainly a change.
How does the public access that information for job postings?
It's on, go right online. There's
on the website.
Does it just say job postings? I've never looked for a job that's posted, so I don't know.
Employment, yeah.
Employment opportunities, okay.
With that, I know it's late, but
yes.
But real quick, while I have you, Mr. Gross, so did Mr. Lepore, because I know, does he have a new employee in his department?
Yes, we have the actual title is assistant engineer trainee or something similar to that in civil service. In order to appoint from the outside, you have to come up with some unique titles. But yes, she started this week. And we're very hopeful. We're hopeful. She's great, and we're looking forward to the assistance that she's going to provide to Len and to begin to absorb the institutional memory over the next 50 years of institutional memory to absorb over the next years. So
I did hear from the department that he is actually delegating work, and that
yes,
that was an uncanny statement.
I tell you that there was a prerequisite, and it is something I'm actively working with him on. So
good for him and good for the department, and I'm glad to hear she engineer. Very nice.
Yes.
Can I just state something for clarification? So to Councilwoman Williams' question about where do you find open employment opportunities? On the homepage, you go to departments, it'll give a drop-down box. You go to Human Resources and Employment Opportunities, and then there's a tab that says West Orange is accepting applications for these positions. So it's not
That's
job
it.
openings. If you put that in the search, you're not going to find it. Human Resources is where you go, and then the opening positions.
Oh,
So
excuse me.
Councilman
Yeah.
Rutherford, thank you for that.
Yeah.
It looks like you're looking at a screen right now. If
Mhm.
you were to type in search for job opportunities or job openings,
Doesn't come
where
up.
does that take you?
You know
A
what,
list of things that, you know, go back years. It doesn't just take you to where the open positions are. So job openings, open positions, that won't
Yeah.
get you there.
This
Yeah.
That
shouldn't
needs
be
to
that
be on the
difficult.
first page, Mr.
That
Gross.
should
That
not be
should-
so difficult to navigate.
Yeah, should be on page 1. You need to, maybe Mauricio could figure that out. for you.
Everything on our website is difficult to navigate. So under new business, Mr. Gross, can we please start looking at a more user-friendly platform to our website? I don't know what the cost is, but
Well, again, we'll have to add that to our budget discussions in the next month or so.
well, I would like to know whether or not even that's possible, Mr. Gross.
I will tell you that it is on my laundry list of things that I think need to be addressed. Unfortunately, it's a pretty good sized laundry list. So I have to tell you that it's something we can get on tomorrow. It's not.
Not
but-
tomorrow.
But it is definitely, it's more than the radar. It's, you know, it's unfortunately, municipalities tend to fall into buckets. And these are, you know, we need to search outside of where municipalities usually look. So.
Yeah, well, I'm glad to hear that it's more than on the radar. Thank God.
Mhm.
Thank
Thank you. Councilwoman Williams, yes?
I have one other question about employment opportunities and just, I guess this is just to the benefit of the public. If you were looking to do, I guess, a bid, how do you know and how to go find a bid for an employment opportunity? Not just employment with personnel, but actually projects or bids. How do you get there? How do you navigate that?
Well, there's an application process, but you can simply send me an email with your CV or your resume, and it will get considered. I distribute right now any resumes we get in, anything we get gets distributed organization wide, and if they fit into a need. Everybody will know about it, have a chance to look at it. That's something that we're doing differently now. So.
Did that answer your question, Councilwoman?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, there's no ABC hearings, so it's time to adjourn.
Bummer.
Yeah.
I'll make a motion.
Thank you.
Glad we had this time together.
Yeah. Should we start singing?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
All in favor?
Aye.
Okay.
Good night,
There you
all.
go.
Please
Meeting is
stay
Good night,
safe.
everybody.